minute.
Oh, they're making a Monster Girl anime. All right. Okay.
Easy.
Okay. All right. Okay.
Yet another! Hell yeah, son!
Oh, we're getting a Witch Girl anime. Oh, dude,
Alright.
summer 2020 is gonna be a good fucking summer.
We're live.
Oh, yeah. We're live. That's
Yeah.
hot.
I did something.
Go.
Oh.
Yeah, I was trying to figure something was. I guess it doesn't allow you to start a stream without like putting in a game. So I just put in just chatting and hope that would pass, and it did.
Well, yeah. Because we're just chatting.
Podcast
Yeah.
is actually a thing you can put on Twitch now.
But the first time I didn't have to put anything. I don't think.
That's because now you're recognized by the overlords. Easy, son.
Easy.
I need to know more about the white guy that would challenge both a global pandemic and racial protests to loot Lego.
What?
Very epic. I don't know. I'm just saying, if I'm looting anything, I'm looting Legos.
You wouldn't loot like computer parts?
Not Legos.
I would loot the crap out of computer parts, man. That'd be the way to go.
Easy.
The best PC.
Alright. So, I guess we should start then.
Yeah. Alright, so the topic this time is first person shooters, and we have a new guest today who is.
Hello, my name is Deceptum.
Follow the symptom on twitch.tv.
And SoundCloud.
Easy. Alright. So, me, the best person ever. Me. It's just me. I'm back.
Yeah, you're back as always.
Hell, it's not like I have anything better to do.
And we have Blaze with us, but she's not a big first person shooter, but she can like give her thoughts on like how new people view first person shooters.
Woo. Go noobs.
Hey.
And then Noah will be joining us later.
Noah's such a manly man. I wish Noah would come back to us.
And I saw you added John.
Yeah, but he's the R word that we're not allowed to say.
R word?
Yeah, so I named him Mumkey.
Oh, okay.
He's in the server, but he's never going to participate in any of the podcasts.
Aw.
Oh, definitely not. He's just sitting there. He's there so that we can seem like we have more friends than we actually do. You know how it is.
I was going to get another person in here, but he was going to be out of town today, so that's a shame.
Oh, it's a bit of a rip.
Yeah.
Yo. So what are we starting with, Ryan? Since you have this all planned out.
Okay, you and I planned it out like a week ago and then never talked about it again.
Exactly. It's all planned out already.
All right. I guess we could talk about the old. What's your guys' first person shooter that you ever played?
That is a good question. Oh, the first one I remember is COD 3.
I think mine was Siphon Filter. Oh wait, no, that wasn't a first-person shooter.
Mine was Risk Global Domination.
I think it was that FPS that like I can't for the life of me remember the name of, but it was like sort of futuristic, and it was like kind of the first like online FPS. It has a weird name, and you could like run around and deke the crap out of people.
007.
No, although I think that came a little after. It's really popular.
Doom.
I think they remade it.
Oh, I know what you're talking about. Perfect Zero.
Perfect Zero. Yes, that game was my jam.
I haven't played it, but I was thinking about wanting to get it. The only thing I know is somebody invented a X-ray sniper, put it in there. It's like, yep, this is balanced.
Oh yeah. Oh, Perfect Dark Zero. Yep. That's the
Yeah,
one.
that one.
I was honestly going to say that 007 is probably the first game I played. Like on the Nintendo Cube.
Uh-huh.
That's my brother's game. Yeah.
Yeah, but
pretty good.
unfortunately, me being the youngest here, I'm a bit late to the party. Mine was COD 3, or at least the one that I remember. I think the first one I actually played was the original fucking what's it called? I don't remember. I'll tell you if I remember.
Alright.
But Call of Duty 3 is the one I remember most vividly.
My first
You also
first
remember. Oh,
person.
sorry.
My first person shooter was either COD 4 or Halo Reach. I don't remember which one.
Oh. Ryan, extra late to the party.
I mean, my first video game was Star Wars Battlefront 2, the OG
That's
one.
a first-person shooter.
No, that's a
Well,
third-person
it's a shooter.
shooter.
It doesn't matter. It's a shooter.
Okay,
Who
so do I
cares?
change the stream name to just Shooters?
Oh my god. Doesn't matter. You could go in first person. It's fine.
You could, but I never used it.
You pain me. You pain me so much.
Does anyone use first person in Battlefront 2?
I do when I want to be immersed in my 12 polygonal murder fest.
I tried it once, and I was like, no, thank you. It's a great third-person shooter, though, for sure.
Yeah. I feel like there's not a lot of third-person shooters out there.
Yeah, well, there are a few, but there's quite a few, but there's not a lot of good ones. I
Yeah.
would say.
They're all either gimmicky or pretty standard. They're either, whenever I think of third-person shooter, I think of two things: either Gears of War or the new Ghost Recons,
Yeah.
and that's pretty much all of them in a nutshell.
Yeah.
Well, those
That's
are
all
good
of them.
ones, though, because they're not like point and shoot, and like there's like you just.
Well,
hit-
the new Ghost Recon's pretty bad. It's better now because they added like that realistic mode that like you can actually like turn off the leveling system and shit, which was my biggest complaint with it. It's just a pain in the ass. Because why do I need to shoot a man 30 times just because my gun's too low of a level? But, you know.
Yeah, it's kind of like in the
Really?
Division, where the higher the level the enemy is, the more bullets they take.
Yeah, I also don't like the Division too much. I think it's alright.
I never got to
Yeah, I was
play
actually
it.
gonna bring that game up. I've like heard a lot of mixed stuff about it. That's a third-person shooter as well, right? Or
Is that third person?
What game?
I guess
Some other Division. It's a third person.
Oh yeah, that's
shooter.
a third person.
Oh, it is. Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's
But-
not really that. It's alright. It's alright. I won't say it's bad, especially considering I haven't really played it too much. I play like the Division's
Yeah.
beta. I was like, oh, this is fun. I won't buy it, but it's fun. And then the Division 2, I didn't play any of it. I was just like, alright, that's cool.
But I think the first ever first-person shooter that really wowed me was a game you guys probably aren't familiar with, which is Area 51.
Oh no, I know what it is. That one
Yeah?
horror game, like for the Xbox original.
Yep.
Ah.
Oh, man, that was such a good game. And like back when it came out too, like I was blown away by the graphics. I'm like, oh my gosh, like everything's not a square and a triangle. Holy crap.
Yo, I was like 6 or 8 when I played that, so that scared the absolute shit out of me.
Oh yeah. That part where you go into the office where it's like a bunch of cubicles.
Oh my god.
Oh,
You're giving me
dude.
PTSD.
Oh, dude, that part was terrifying. But it was like the part when you actually turn into spoilers. The part when you turn into like the alien sort of human morph thing, like I didn't really feel like it was scary after that point because you were just kind of a badass.
Yeah. Also, I just
That was a cool
remembered what
feature.
game I was thinking of. I think the first person shooter I've ever played was either the original Killzone or Soldier of Fortune, the original one.
Oh,
Good
dude.
shit.
Both of those games are fantastic. Ooh, now that I'm thinking of it as well, I think probably one of the first ever first-person shooters I played was a game where you were on a Mars colony or whatever, and
Combat
there was
Doom?
a
Gorilla.
Red Faction. No, the original Red Faction.
Oh yeah.
Yes. That
The
game
original
was
Red Faction was a
fantastic.
first-person shooter, wasn't it?
It was, and it was fantastic.
Oh, that's really weird to think of because Red Faction Guerrilla, which is the most popular of the series, is a third-person shooter. That game's also pretty dope.
Yeah. Red Faction was really hard too. Like that game really didn't like
it's
tell
bullshit
you
hard.
what to do or where to go. And then you just run into areas and there'd be like a million enemies and you have like a magazine and you're just like, all right, well, I guess I'm dead.
So Ryan, what was the first console you played?
PlayStation 2,
Me too. Me too.
but it was on. Oh, it was with my cousin. I didn't actually own it, so every time I'd go over to his house, I'd play his PlayStation 2.
I remember doing that with my friend's PlayStation 3. I'd just go over. I'd play his PlayStation 3. I was like, wow, I suck at this because I only used to play Xbox 360 at the time.
Yeah, my first
Man.
console I owned was the 360.
I feel old. I feel really old now.
It's
Because
okay.
the first console I ever played on was the Dreamcast
Damn.
when I was like 5.
Yeah, I never got to play any of those. The oldest console I got to play was the PlayStation 1. Matter of fact, I think I still own. I think I still have it somewhere. I now have my PS2 and my Xbox. I could literally see them from here, but I don't know if my PlayStation 1 is somewhere.
I don't know whatever happened to ours. It got like lost.
Oh wait,
Sorry.
I did play on the PlayStation 1 a couple times, actually, now that I think about it.
Really?
Yeah, my cousin also had a PlayStation 1. I only ever played like 2 or 3 games on it.
Yeah, I only remember playing that one Army Men game, the really okay one that everybody remembers as being really good, and then they go back to play and they're like, oh, it's alright.
Yeah.
Wait, you mean like Toy Soldiers?
Yeah, the one where
that was a great one.
yeah, it was a lot of fun. I remember it to be.
Oh, yeah.
Every time I see a video of somebody like playing it, they're like, "Oh wow, this game's fucking bullshit." Like, how the fuck did I beat this as a kid?
Boredom and perseverance.
Boredom and way too many hours to burn.
Right.
Easy.
I think there's like a big difference between like older games in general, especially like older shooters, is like you really just had to figure the game out. There wasn't like you couldn't go online. Well, at least for me, like I couldn't go online and like look up how to get through a certain section or like sort of cheese my way through. It's just like playing through the game and just playing over and over, going through certain sections, figuring little stuff out, man. That was like the awe of gaming at its earlier stages.
Like, all I'm saying is my life changed the moment I found out the Xbox 360 could use YouTube. I did not have like fucking internet, like access to the web for like literally like until I was like 12. I didn't have a phone. I didn't have jack shit. So I was just like, oh wow, there are people on the other side of this screen. What the fuck? So yeah. After that, I became a lazy gamer. If I don't know how to do something, let's just fucking YouTube that shit. I'm too lazy.
Right.
Don't have enough time for this.
Or hop on the wiki page.
Easy. Oh.
Literally me figuring out PoE. Just like, let me wiki page this. But
I'm looking for a first-person shooter to play. so I'm motivated.
Oof.
Go with the original Red Faction, man. That's a good one. I'm actually like keeping that screen up so that I can emulate it later.
Oh,
That'd be really
that's
really
pretty
fun
dope.
back through. Heck yeah, man.
All right, so now that we're done with that, unless you guys have anything else to say, I think we should move on just to talking about Call of Duty, I guess.
All right, Call of
Since
Duty
it's
it
the
is.
first thing on the list, because I'm pretty sure 90% of people, the first-person shooter they ever plays either Call of Duty or Battlefield
Or Halo.
or Halo. Yeah, but okay, nobody wants that to be their first game anymore, unless it's like Halo 3 or something. Which then, why you want Xbox 360?
I mean, Halo Reach was, well, either Halo Reach or Call of Duty 4 was my first game. Like, first-person shooter game.
Oh.
Dang, man.
Well, we could talk about Halo later as well.
Yeah.
I was like
There's
14
plenty to
or
talk about.
15 when those games came out. That's so wild. Not like
Been a
Duke
while.
Nukem or like freaking Doom, you know, or gosh, what was the other one that was like similar to
Quake?
Doom? Yeah, Quake. Gosh.
Yeah, I have Quake 2 on my thing. I also
Such
have
good-
Quake Arena.
Oh, that's a fantastic one. COD's definitely where it's at, though. I think that's probably what like really modernized. Like I would say, Modern Warfare definitely really modernized, like rejuvenated the online FPS scene for like so many people.
Yeah, I didn't really get to play that much, but like the little I got to play, I was like, oh fuck, this is god tier. I actually jumped into multiplayer in Modern Warfare 2. I had a fucking blast. I fucking hated that game so much, which is why I kept playing it. I loved it. Oh my god, that game made me so angry.
Nice love-hate relationship there.
Yeah, I was so bad at it, but I kept playing it. I was really annoyed I didn't get to the AK because the AK was like the last level unlock, and I just sucked ass. Only got to like level 40, I think.
Oh man,
I was like level 57 to get the AK.
that was the gun
That
I had.
pains me.
I think that was the first gun you had in, or like the second gun you got in Modern Warfare, was the AK-47.
Oh yeah, it was so OP in that game as well.
And then you got the AK-74. That was the bee's knees in that game, man. Everybody was using the AK-74 once the like meta was established.
Oh, you never say bee's knees again, please. For the love of God,
What?
you're making yourself sound older than you are.
Oh.
Did
that's
somebody
a fun
say, okay, boomer?
Okay, boomer. Okie dokie, boomer. Oh my! I just remembered that you actually like fucking did that.
Yeah,
I was there. That shit was fucking
It was-
wild.
it was fun. I had fun with it. Okay,
I know.
but anyways,
Yo, so Ryan, since you started with COD 4, you want to talk about that?
Well, I never actually played like the multiplayer part of it until like way later.
What do you think of the campaign then?
Campaign, when I first played it, I had no idea what was going on. I won't lie.
You didn't know. Were you not paying attention?
Well, I was like, whenever I was playing it, I just didn't really know what was going on. I'm just like, okay, this boat is being shot by a plane and it's sinking. Fun. Why am I infiltrating this giant cargo ship?
Oh,
Uh,
what's that?
man.
Tactical nuke? Oh, guess it's not really that important.
Yeah, it was like I was also bad. I mean, it was my first for one of my first-person shooters, so I was also really bad. So I mean, I died a lot, so the story wasn't really my main concern.
You were just trying to survive.
Basically,
Objective
difficulty did you
updated.
start with?
Survive.
basically.
What
Like-
difficulty did you start with?
Honestly, I don't even know. I just played it.
I imagine you went with the recommended difficulty when you did like the shoot house. It's probably like recommended difficulty recruit.
Yeah, probably. I won't lie. I probably went with recruit.
But That game, honestly, though, like really, kind of like I guess we're talking about like the impact of games or like how gaming has been revolutionized, especially like first-person shooters. I think the game really revolutionized a lot of things in a lot of different ways. Like you had in the storyline, you had like the procedurally generated points, but you also had specified enemy points too, which is like kind of unique to Modern Warfare. Because beforehand, like I think everything was just, or not to say procedurally generated, but everything would, your enemies would respawn, and then like once you got past a certain point, they would stop respawning.
Oh, if those
But Modern
enemies would have
Warfare
kept
actually,
respawning while I was playing the campaign when I first tried, I would have never finished that campaign.
Oh my god! Imagine you probably would have sat there, shot them until you ran out of ammo, and then die.
Well,
You're like, why is this part so hard?
I didn't shoot them till I ran out of ammo. I feel like COD 4 was pretty nice when it came to giving you ammo.
Yeah, I don't really remember ever running out of ammo, to be honest.
Yeah, I will
I
say
only remember running out of ammo in multiplayer.
one thing that amazed me back when I did play the game was the fact that if you shot a guy in the head with a sniper rifle and he had a helmet on, his helmet would fly off. I thought that was pretty nice as a kid.
Oh my god. Yeah, literally whenever I saw anything like that, I was like, wow, this is really next gen.
Or
Look at
like
that
you would blow
hat,
up a
it came
watermelon,
off.
you're like, whoa,
Oh,
you can
wow.
destroy the environment?
I
Yeah.
don't remember that detail of the game. But
Like, it really, you'll really only notice if you have a sniper because you get to see them really up close.
Yeah.
Unless you're like fighting at point blank range, which then sometimes it'll happen.
I won't lie, when I was a kid and I would like hide up on the mission where you're like escorting the tank. I forget what the name of that mission is. But I'd go like I knew
War Pig.
Yeah. I was playing through it and I cleared this house and I found a random sniper. I'm like, ooh. And I went to a random window, started popping people's heads off, and I saw their helmets came off. I was like, ooh, this is really nice. I actually kind of got a little mad that I ran out of people to shoot. I was like, I want to shoot more people. This is entertaining.
that was a nice little detail I never really noticed of the game. But yeah, I mean the storyline was just fantastic. I mean Call of Duty always had like sort of that renowned notion of having like really in-depth storylines that like really seated well with like what you were doing. You're not just running around randomly shooting people because of this or that. Like you have an objective in mind, and it's painted really well. It wasn't overfilled with cutscenes. It's a fantastic game, man. I mean, I think the thing that stands out the most to me is gosh, what is it? The covert sniper mission. I forget the name of the mission.
Oh, all gillied up.
Yes. That was just such like I went back multiple times just to play through that mission by itself. So good.
Oh yeah, that shit's pretty fucking spicy.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, I could literally rush to that mission now because I've played it so many times. I don't know if this was in the original, but I found out in the remaster that if you go to it, like that part where you have to crawl under the trucks.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you can cheese that part by crawling through the field, and you have to kill a guy and a dog really quickly so that nobody notices. Then crawl through the field and hope that a patrol doesn't come from the right, and if they do, you have to kill them as well, without like accidentally like shooting anybody else. And then what you do is you literally just crawl, you run, crawl, and you can basically make it across the entire fucking area to the part where you have to shoot the sniper, and you can basically skip that entire part, and I do that every time. I imagine it wasn't the first part, and I'm pretty sure it's actually a speedrunning tactic, but I found it by complete accident. I was just like, oh, alright, I'm just gonna fucking cheese for shits and giggles. And then I was like, oh wait, I actually did something right. Yeah, it also kind of breaks the game as well. But, it was really entertaining, so I don't care.
Yeah, and the mission all gillied up. The part where you gotta like crawl past the APCs and the soldiers.
Oh man, that's an intense part.
Yeah, I died a lot on that mission because he was like, stay down and follow me. So I'd like follow him, but I'd be like crawling, and apparently I'd be crawling too fast. I didn't understand the fact that I was crawling too fast because I was thinking to myself, I'm crawling the same speed as him, but they only see me. So I died a lot on that mission, and I finally like gave up and tried to go around or like tried to kill them all. I just kept dying. I couldn't make it past that mission for a good 30 minutes. At least that part of the mission.
Yeah, that game was kind of pretty unforgiving in certain parts.
Yeah.
Kind of had to figure. Yeah. Kinda had
Or
to
like
figure
the
it out.
what was it when you're at the Ferris wheel? Oh, that mission pissed me off as a kid.
Oh my god. You're giving me PTSD.
Like
I
I didn't
beat
understand
that
how they
one
kept
veteran.
going over. I'm just like I'm killing all these guys out in the field, but somehow one or two guys make it past Captain McMillan and just bend me over and destroy me.
Easy.
Yeah, you like really had to use your claymores.
Yeah, I didn't understand that.
was
Like
such a pain
I
in
didn't
the
know
ass.
where to put the claymores either. I was just like, okay, I think here's a good spot.
Like, have any of you played that on Veteran?
No.
Oh, I played through the whole game on veteran.
Oh my god. That part on Veteran is such a fucking bitch. I was just like, fuck it. That's it. I'm just gonna cheese. I'm gonna go to the cheese spot. So I went to the cheese spot. Like, I was not dealing with that shit.
Yeah.
Oof.
Oh, that you know when you're like shooting the targets, like the very first mission, you're shooting the targets, and then you gotta like cut the watermelon, and then Gaze tells you to go find
Yeah.
Captain Price. I won't
Did
lie.
you get lost?
Yeah, I got lost. I didn't know what a mini map was.
Easy.
I was
You're just
like, I'm walking around this entire place, and I'm just like, I don't know
trying
where to go.
ask for directions real quick.
Basically, I was like, I don't know what I'm doing. Can I get a help me?
Yeah.
I
I've
played
been-
Combat Evolved first because you didn't even have a mini map. You just had like a movement radar ping system,
Yeah, it's like a motion tracker.
Yeah.
motion tracker, basically. Yeah.
Oof. All right. You know what? I'm gonna take us even further back. That's right. I'm taking us further back.
Okay.
COD 3. Have any of you played COD 3?
I don't
That
think so.
was The Battle of the Pacific, right?
No, that was in Europe.
Oh yeah, that was the one in Europe. Yep, I did.
Yeah.
Play, I didn't play all the way through that game, but I did play bits and pieces of it.
Oh, that one game, that was the first Call of Duty game I ever played, right? And I'm not gonna lie, that game, it actually like positively affected me because that is the game that actually piqued my interest in World War II history. And now I'm like a fucking World War II fanatic. I just love learning shit about World War II. That game was darker than any games I played before. Because usually, oh, wow, it's a little gory. That's cool and all. It's not really dark. It's just sort of, amusing, I guess. But this one was like, oh yeah, wow, these people like actually kind of have personalities or actually kind of like people. Oh fuck, I'm actually beating a man's skull in with his helmet. Oh no. Oh fuck. Yeah, and that game really fucking got to me. That game also pissed me to fuck off because there's a part where you had to fucking get in a paddle boat and cross a river that was being shelled by the Germans, and was not fun. It was not fun because I didn't understand what the fuck they were asking of me. Because they're like, oh, do this for the controls. I'm like, oh, I don't know what the fuck that means. And I kept dying. So I spent like literally 2 hours brute forcing it. But yeah, that game's pretty dank. I like it. I don't remember a lot of it. I just remember like that first mission where you're in a cemetery and it's really cool. You're fighting and you have to push to the church. I also remember like the mission after that where you have to like, you jump on the back of a Sherman tank and it's driving down the road and you have to like protect it from infantry while it like blows up MG bunkers and shit. It's really cool. Yeah, I got to play the multiplayer like last year. Like I bought it on Xbox 360 because I took out my Xbox 360 for like 5 minutes. I was like, oh wow, this is cool. I played it. I shot some people. I was like, all right, I'm done. And then I stopped playing it.
But well, guys, it's 7:30, so I have to hop away for about 30 minutes, catch a little study in. It's been fun so far. I could dip back in around 30 minutes or so.
Yeah.
All right,
Yeah. Come back.
catch you then.
All right, sweetie, come back to me. I
All
love
right.
you.
All right, guys. Peace.
All right.
Peace. And then there were 3.
Easy. This is a good time for Rem Best Girl to jump in. I'm just saying. He's not coming. He'll be here eventually.
Eventually, yeah.
But so interesting tidbit. Actually, I played COD 3 before I played COD 2, but I actually like COD 2 better.
Well,
The only reason. Okay, go.
I was gonna say, I mean, I played Call of Duty 4, and I went to Modern Warfare 3, and then to Modern Warfare 2. So you want to talk about tricky?
In the chat.
Yeah. But
Yeah, I
when
bet
I
you
played the
found no
campaign
servers.
of Modern Warfare 3, I didn't know what the heck was going on.
You're just like, what the fuck? What the fuck? Why aren't we just fighting some fucking Afghanis and some fucking discount Russians?
Yeah,
Oh wait, now we're fighting the entire Russian army, which is going through Europe, trying to kill everybody. Oh fuck, they're in New York. Oh shit.
pretty much.
It's just like, this makes sense. I feel like I'm missing something. Don't worry, you didn't miss much. You miss much.
Yeah.
You missed quite a bit.
And heck, I didn't even play it on my 360. I played it on a friend's 360 first.
Oof. So
Yeah.
you probably played like 4 missions, and then your mom was like, "All right, sweetie, it's time to go home." Then you went home, and you're like, "Wow, that was really cool, man." And then you came back, and you're like, "Play another 4 missions." You did that until you beat the game. But every time you came back, you're like, "Wait, what the fuck happened?"
Pretty
Because
much.
it's been like a 3-month span. Because your mom and your friend's mom aren't really getting along as they used to, and they're kind of getting angry at each other. You know, honestly, they're talking about not being friends anymore. You know, it'd probably be better for both of them if they just stopped. But you know, they're just like, think about the kids, you know. And then
You seem
then
like
you
you
had
have
to fight with your
experience.
friend.
Are you talking like this because you personally experienced this? Is there something you want
I
to
don't know
tell
what
us?
you mean. I don't know what you mean. Mom, just be friends with her again. What the fuck?
I feel that.
You know, nothing really that personal. Not really a me issue.
You know that grenade launcher from Modern Warfare 3? Like,
Yeah, the little fucking tube.
yeah, that. Not on the. I guess. I forget. It wasn't. It was like the automatic grenade launcher with a clip. Do you know what gun I was talking about?
Are you talking about the revolving grenade launcher?
No, you reloaded it with a clip.
Oh, the XM.
Yeah, that one.
XM, whatever.
Yeah,
yeah.
I nicknamed that gun the Flusher.
The flusher?
Yeah, because it flushed the enemies out of their positions.
Oof. You are such a nerd boy. I like it.
And thinking of it now, it was the most stupid name, but as a kid, I thought it was so funny.
It just do be like that, I guess.
Yeah.
Oh my. Weeb shit on my timeline. I'm not complaining. So, should we talk about Black Ops?
Sure.
The fucking NAMs.
Oh, I played Black Ops 2 before I played Black Ops 1.
Alright, fine, we'll talk about Black Ops 2 then.
Well, I'm just saying how it happened for me.
Oh my god. Stop being such a female.
Excuse me?
Jesus. You already got one of those. You don't need another one.
I will say one thing that they had in Black Ops 2 that they didn't ever... Two things they had in Black Ops 2 that they didn't ever use again was the fact that when you reloaded, your mag actually fell to the ground. They never brought that back. I don't know why. That makes me sad.
Really?
Yeah, like when you reload in Black Ops 2, your mag actually drops, but in any other game, they have never brought it back, which makes me sad. But another thing was like the fact that you could choose what you wanted to do in the campaign. That was nice.
You know, honestly, makes sense. They should bring that back. It's pretty dope.
Yeah. I thought that was the
Uh,
coolest thing when I was little, was like when I reloaded, the mag actually fell. I was like, this is some next gen shit.
Easy. I actually think it happens in Modern Warfare, the new one, but I haven't really focused on my mag dropping skills. You know,
I think I
was
looked,
more
but I don't
focused
think
on
it
murdering
does.
people.
Pretty sure I checked.
Yeah, ever since then, you've been checking every game, waiting patiently for the return of mag dropping.
Yes. Every game, first thing I do, does the mag drop.
Well, guess I'm waiting another 2 years.
Basically.
All right, I'll see you next year.
This game doesn't have mag dropping, never plays it again.
Well, time for a refund, I guess. But we're gonna talk about the Black Ops.
Yes.
The Black Ops, the one where everybody's like, "Whoa!" Now that's hot. Hot is napalm. There was napalm, which was pretty hot. But I see female is playing Minecraft. What a weeb.
Check it out.
But yeah, that game was pretty fucking lit. Shit. Oh, that had me. I don't even think I could say that on Twitch. Oh my.
Probably not.
It just had me, man. It had me going. I was a young man in heat. Like, I don't think there's any other way to put it. But yeah, that campaign was spicy. Good shit. I only remember a few parts of it, like the legendary Vorkuta. You know, step 1, get the keys. Yeah, woo.
I remember that.
That mission is a fucking bop. Alright? That shit fucks. Right? But are we just not gonna talk about zombies? Like, am I the only one who experienced zombies in fucking Black Ops 1 before World at War?
I experienced my first zombies game was Black Ops 2.
Was it?
Yeah.
You didn't get the big scare then. I got the big scare because I was a kiddo. I was like,
I was
hell
also
yeah.
still
I
kind
just-
of a like that was my first zombies game. I won't lie. I was scared to play zombies because I heard it was
Oh.
scary. Like people would tell me how scary it was, or like because I've seen YouTube videos of just how creepy it was. Like yeah,
Oh my god, that shit got me.
my
I was
brother,
not a happy camper.
my younger
Yes.
brother was the one that convinced me to play zombies.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow. He's such a man. Why are you such a little bitch?
Well, he was telling me how these zombies aren't like as scary as the old zombies. So I finally like just bit the bullet and played. I was like, you're right, this isn't.
Not really that scary. It's just not a baby. This is the baby game. Yeah, so anyway, yeah, I first experienced it with Black Ops 1. I didn't even experience it on purpose because I was just playing the campaign like a happy fucking child, you know, just doing what normal children do, killing communists. And like, I was just like, yeah, take that, Dragovich. I just fucking drowned you, you piece of shit. Fuck you. Hashtag Murica. Hashtag freedom. Right? And I was, at the peak of my Murica boner, right? And then it's just like the credits roll. Like, easy, son. Easy. I just liberated the entire fucking world from the threat of communism. I'm basically God, right? And then it's just like, oh wait, there's more? Wait a minute. Where did the Nazis come from? And I was scared and I died like round 1.
Dang.
So Yeah, and then I never played it again. But do you also remember that one Easter egg where you could fucking get out of the chair, right? And then you could walk around. There's like a way out and shit. And then there's just It's just an Easter egg, right?
Oh, I don't
Um,
remember.
Yeah, in the fucking loading screen, you could like fucking rapidly tap the triggers, and you could get out of the chair, like the binds on your chair,
Oh,
right? And you can actually walk over to the computer, and if you put in a proper code, it opens the door, right? And you just fucking walk through the door, and then some shit happens. I don't remember what happens after that, but yeah, that happens, and it's pretty coolio.
I'm about to get on my old 360 just to find out what this does.
Yeah, I don't remember the code though.
Yeah.
You could probably fucking Google that shit in 2 seconds now.
Yeah.
But I was a retarded child. Oh wait, I'm not allowed to say that. Oops. Yeah, I was a big R child. But yeah, just like, oh wow, this is cool. I can walk around, and then you can also play like a text adventure. Something about killing communists, I imagine. And it's just like, very interesting game. All right, I'm gonna go sit back down. And I sat back down and played the game like a normal human being.
Yeah.
And the multiplayer in that game was pretty hot and spicy. I'm just saying, like, you can't at me. That game is the game that gave Mr. El Puff Daddio, that's his new name. It gave him his love for the AUG, and I can see why. The AUG in that game is absolutely sexy.
Yeah.
Big sexy times.
My first multiplayer game, like the first time I played multiplayer was Halo Reach. But the game that I put the most multiplayer hours in was probably Black Ops 2.
Oh. Yeah, I think same, to be honest. I played the shit out of that game.
I think everyone did.
That game was an absolute fucking bop. I have nothing else to say about it. The campaign was spicy as hell. You could play the campaign again with whatever guns you want, including like the original Black Ops guns, right? Like the fucking Cold War guns. That shit was really coolio. I think possibly the best part was finally unlocking both of the death machines, and then taking both of the death machines into a mission and then riding a horse on that one mission where you have to stop the Soviets in Afghanistan,
Yeah.
right? And just riding a horse while shooting Soviets. Like, honestly speaking, that's pretty yank to me.
Yeah.
Like, that is absolutely baller. Just want to mention there were no Soviets left. It was just me at the end. Also, I'm trying to look at your stream, and Twitch is not being happy right now.
It's like, I hope it's up.
Like, I just can't log into Twitch.
Oh.
Very epic. Very cool, Twitch. Twitch fixed us.
Mine stays logged in, I'm pretty sure.
No, it's just I'm offline.
Oh.
I don't know why. Also offline on Steam, which is interesting. But yeah, so we're just gonna talk about Black Ops 2 now, which is pretty dank.
Yeah, Black Ops 2 was the dankest.
I would just like to mention that the further and further we go, the more and more angry we will probably get.
Probably. Well, after Black Ops 2 is Ghost, isn't it?
Well, we're not going to talk about Modern Warfare 3. We're just going to forget about that game.
Oh yeah, Modern Warfare.
I mean, like, a whole 3 people played it. I mean, come on.
Wait, did Modern Warfare 3 come out after Black Ops 2?
Yeah, which is why we're talking about Black Ops 2.
I guess I should look at the order.
Oh my god, Ryan.
I never paid attention to the order when I Was a little.
Ryan, we're not bookkeepers here. We're gamers. We don't remember how things go in order. Well, rip Twitch. Twitch ain't working.
Oof.
So I guess I'll just go
Oh,
on.
it was Black Ops 1, then Modern Warfare 3, and then Black Ops 2.
Okay, fine. We'll do it that way then. Jesus Christ, Ryan.
Just giving you the release order.
Okay, Ryan. We've already been out of order this whole time. We'll do it now for your sake. Alright. So, Modern Warfare 3. Modern Warfare 3 is pretty cool, I guess.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I liked the survival.
Yeah, I think that's the best part of the game. You can't even at me.
Yeah. I played the shit out
Multiplayer
of
was
that.
okay.
Like,
Infection was a lot of fun.
oh
It's like the
yeah.
only game I actually enjoyed.
Infection and survival were the only things I basically played on that.
I liked the campaign. It wasn't as cool as the other campaigns, but it was alright. It was
Uh-huh.
alright.
I think I played through it once.
It wasn't too grounded to be COD 4, but it wasn't too bombastic to be Modern Warfare 2, so it was just kind of in the middle. It's just like, oh, alright. It's more like a generic action movie than like James Bond or fucking something grounded like fucking Jarhead or some shit.
Yeah.
It's just like, okay, I'm playing Modern Warfare 3. Like that one part where you're in Manhattan, you're just fucking birding people from the Black Hawk with the minigun. And then you go in, you're like on the submarine. It's just like, oh, that's cool. Okay. Why is there a submarine just going through the middle of like fucking the harbor? I don't know. I don't know. There's just a submarine going through the harbor.
A Russian
Above the
submarine,
water.
to be precise.
A Russian submarine. Just, I don't understand, but it's cool. I also like that one mission where you're like fighting on the plane as like the Russian Secret Service people. I forgot the fuck they're called.
Oh yeah, that was a nice mission.
That was a pretty cool mission. And Makarov is like, aha, I am evil. I come here to kill, but not to kill all. I just come here to steal daughter of president.
I
It's
guess
just like, oh,
we
alright,
did kind of
Makarov,
just
that's cool.
skip over Modern Warfare 2's No Russian mission.
It's a cool mission, enough said.
I won't lie, the first time I played through it, I honestly didn't care.
You think I cared? I was like 6. It's like, oh wow, okay, cool. I don't fucking care.
Yeah, I was like, I'm
You're
shooting
just
people
giving me
now.
free kills, game.
Like, I
I
felt
still don't
nothing for these
care.
people. It's a video game.
Who are these people? They don't have lives. They don't have families. I don't care about them.
Like, I played GTA 4 before I played this.
Exactly.
You have nothing on me.
Yeah, my most played game on the Xbox 360 or the Xbox original and the PlayStation 2 on both of them was Grand Theft Auto San Andreas. On both of them.
I never got to play
Sorry.
that game.
Oh my god, I had so many hours in that game. And the thing is, I lost my memory card for my PS2, so I had to play every game I played. Like, every game I played, I had to play from beginning to end in one session if I wanted to beat it. So, I never beat Grand Theft Auto San Andreas, is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
The furthest I've ever gotten was San Andreas. Wait, San Francisco. Or whatever it's called in Grand Theft Auto universe, but we all know San Francisco, so who cares?
I never finished a campaign for GTA 4.
Oh, actually, no. The farthest I got was the desert, where you have to do that airplane shit, and I was just like, never mind, fuck that. Flying planes in this game is a pain in the ass. I'm good.
Yeah.
So, yeah, there's that. Like, literally, whenever it was just like, oh, you're cheating. You cannot save anymore. And I was just like, save? I already can't save. Like, this isn't this isn't a detraction for me. You're just giving me an advantage. This is what you called giving yourself an unparalleled advantage.
You're giving me motivation not to die.
Exactly. So, yeah. But I'm just saying, I pretty much remember the entirety of San Andreas like the back of my hand. Like the actual like city San Andreas. So I could pretty much go anywhere. But I only remember it in relation to Grove Street. So if you put me in the middle of anywhere, I'm just like, oh, where the fuck am I?
But
But
if you
put me in Grove Street
Street-
and you're like, yeah, then you're just like, all right, go to the airport. I'm like, oh, easy. I'll be there in 2 minutes. Like, oh my god. Oh my god. I've been to that hospital so many times. But, oh yeah. Yeah, we're talking about No Russian, weren't we?
yeah, we were.
No Russian is alright. It's pretty cool, you know, very, honestly, lacks difficulty. I think they could add more people with guns. They should just, oh wait, never mind, it's not America, okay. I was just like, doesn't everybody own guns? And then I was like, nah, never mind, it's the Soviet Union, we're good.
Yeah, no one owns gun in Soviet.
Exactly. This is why America's superior.
Yes.
I'm gonna make somebody upset with what I just said, but I don't care. Like, too bad. Small baby. Also, apparently the only thing my internet is working on is Discord.
Ooh, that's pretty nice.
So, that's interesting. That's not how it should work. Alright. Very cool.
Alright, yes, we'll move back to Modern Warfare 3.
Yeah, I don't think there's anything else to say about it.
Yeah.
It's pretty cool. That's it. It's alright. It's better than trash, so it's fine.
Yeah. I think we kind of already talked about Black Ops 2.
Black Ops 2 is hot and sexy. Has some of the best zombie maps. It's not the best zombies game. Don't at me.
Probably the best COD, to be honest, overall.
It's probably the best COD game overall. Yeah. Well, actually, the new Modern Warfare is giving it a run for its money, I'd say. I quite like it.
Yeah, I like it too. It's a shame that a lot of people don't.
A lot of people don't.
Don't like it.
Yeah, those people are small shooty boys, okay? They have small peepees. Either that or they're just alright, average human beings, but, you know, I can't really tell. No.
Subhumans.
Whoa, right! We can't say that! That's illegal.
Is it? Am I not allowed to say that?
No, you're not allowed to say that on Twitch.
Darn.
Whoa, even as a joke. You want Twitch to kill your family?
They wouldn't.
Oh, you think they wouldn't. They will, though.
Well, we're still alive, so I think we're good.
For now. Yeah, but yeah, that's way later. Let's talk about that after. Oh, now we're on Ghosts.
Yeah.
Have you even played Ghosts?
Yes, I
haven't
have.
played Ghosts.
Uh,
I kind of wanted to play Ghosts. It looked alright.
I never finished the campaign. I just never made it through it all.
Where you're just like, oh wow, this is pain. And then
Yeah.
stopped. Unfortunate.
Campaign was pretty slow and boring. Multiplayer wise, I thought the fact that you could customize your guy was pretty cool, I won't lie.
Oh yeah, I remember that. You put like a ghillie suit on him and shit.
Yeah. I
And
thought-
then like sit in the bushes and nobody could see you, so it was like the best tactic to use.
yeah.
But in the beta, literally the only people who could use the ghillie suit were the people that pre-ordered the game, so they had an inherent advantage. Yeah, I remember that. Fun times.
Extinction, I thought it was pretty fun, I won't lie, it was a nice change.
Why is Warhammer having such a big event right now? Like, there's like fucking CS:GO's having a Warhammer 40k event. World of Warships is having a 40k event, and I think all the Warhammer games are on sale. What the fuck?
Huh.
I mean, all right. Skulls for the Skull Throne sale, easy.
Yeah. I don't know how
well,
you
this
would
isn't
do
about
a
Warhammer. Unfortunate.
World of Warships event for Warhammer.
You get the ships. The ships are Warhammer themed, and they're really cool.
Huh.
There's like a Chaos themed ship, and there's an Imperium themed ship. It's really cool, Leo.
Hmm.
I was actually tempted to download World of Warships just to get it.
I
But,
downloaded a World of Tanks
I
once
stopped
on my
myself.
360, and it was always constantly updating. That was the only thing I hated about it.
Oh my god, that was pain. I got to like tier 5 on the British of all people. I was just like, I have a Churchill. I don't want to play anymore. So I stopped playing.
Yeah.
I was just like, god damn it, I want my Tiger. Oh, what's this? A VKS? Wow, it's fucking useless. So I stopped playing.
Yeah.
Basically, War Thunder is the furthest I've ever gotten in a game like that.
Hmm.
It's pretty cool, yo. It's not a first-person shooter though, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
But fucking, what the fuck were you talking about?
I was just talking about Extinction, I think.
Oh yeah, I remember Extinction being bad.
I mean, I liked it just because it was like a change up. I thought it was a pretty nice concept.
I'm in pain right now because literally nothing is working.
Ooh.
But yeah, I remember playing it a bit. I think I had a free weekend or some shit. It was just like, all right, let's play Extinction, and I was just like, never mind, let's not play Extinction. So I stopped playing Extinction, and I just played multiplayer pretty much. It's just like, all right, it's fine. it's boring, but it's fine.
Something I used to do in Black Ops 2 and Ghost was like make my own zombies mode by giving all the AI knives and only I would have a gun.
My god, I did that in literally every game I could.
I did too, but like after Advanced Warfare, you can no longer give the AI just knives.
You could do it in Black Ops 3. I did it in Black Ops 3.
Huh. Well, I didn't actually own Black Ops 3 till like way later.
Oh yeah, when you get to Black Ops 3, I have a lot of good things to say about that game. That game's hot, spicy. Unless it's the multiplayer, then it's just alright.
Yeah.
Or the campaign, which is not alright. But Ghost. What do you think about Ghost? Ghost good? Ghost bad?
I didn't think it was as bad as people make it out to be completely honest.
Yeah, I don't think it's that bad either.
Yeah. I think how bad it was way over exaggerated.
I remember that they had a fucking Predator event.
Oh yeah, those maps were actually pretty cool, I won't lie. Like some maps you could play as the Predator or Michael Myers. I thought that was pretty cool.
Yeah, I was like, oh, that's odd for a Call of Duty game, but it's pretty cool, I guess.
I mean, it was
I never
nice
played
and
them because I
unique.
never owned the game, but it was pretty cool. I remember I think that was like the second game to also have like a actual like weapon that you could get that wasn't like base game. Like Black Ops 2 was the first weapon that like DLC weapon, which was like the Peacekeeper, which I think you had to pay for. And everybody's like, wow, this gun's super good. This is pay to win. Please stop.
Was
And then
it?
there's like, haha, shut up.
Was it pay?
Yeah. Yeah, it was either you needed to get one of the DLC or you needed to buy it individually. I think you could do it either way.
It was either
You could buy it
DLC or
get
free.
DLC. I don't remember because I never had it.
I had it.
Oh, of course you did. Fuck you.
Alright,
Like the only DLCs I had for that game, actually, I think I had all the DLCs, but that one DLC with the towers, Die Rise. Yeah,
Oh.
yeah.
I had
Because
them all.
Die Rise is absolute dog shit. Yeah. So, what do you think of zombies in that game, Brian?
We're still talking about. Oh,
Black Ops 2.
Black
Real
Ops 2
quick.
Zombies. I mean, it was my first Zombies, and I thought it was the best. I mean, when I was younger.
What do you think now?
Die Rise is definitely not as good as I remember it was as a kid. Let's see here. Transit, definitely horrible, but as a kid, I thought it was pretty neato. It's like things you did as you played as a kid, you thought it was pretty cool, but as you got older and played it again, you're like, this is pretty trash.
Yeah.
Let's see here. Oh, Nuketown. I thought that was pretty fun. Buried is probably one of my favorites. I won't lie. Bus Depot, I thought was also pretty fun. I think that's one of my just has a place in my heart map, just because it was my first ever map played on. At least according to Zombies. Like, that's one of my OGs. But yeah, I thought
That's
Zombies was
pretty
really
sweet.
fun in Black Ops 2. I will say the trolling, like the griefing, like when you'd had 4 versus 4 on a map like Town or Buried, like when they would
Oh yeah.
like purposely grief, that I won't lie, that pissed me off as a kid.
Oh my god.
Like I was all about like the 8 of us surviving as long as possible, but some people were like, no, we're gonna troll this kid.
Easy. That's what you get for being a squeaker, you fucking squeaker. Loser.
Wait, I didn't even have a mic back then.
You'd be that one kid at the beginning of the match that messages every person.
You couldn't
Just
message
feel
at
like
Black Ops 2
survive.
Zombies. At least on
Yeah,
the
you can.
360.
Oh.
I mean, you could.
You'd go in and message everybody on Xbox.
No, I was too lazy for that.
Be like team ? And then you kill him instantly.
I still want to know how long 8 people on Buried could survive working together, because I never got to experience that.
Yeah, well, surviving on Buried isn't really that hard, so probably a long time.
Yeah. I mean, what would happen was like people would camp in the courthouse or that one by Jug.
Oh my god, the area by Jug is so OP. Especially for that one person that had the purifier,
Yeah.
that thing. Because literally, if you somehow manage by some miracle to get overrun, all you have to do is just aim down and just fly out and be like, "Hey, Lamau, fuck you guys, I'm gone." Oh my, Buried is such a bitch of a map. Yeah, never play that on like public games ever, because the time bomb, just the fucking time bomb. Oh my god.
Yeah. I remember played it a lot.
Somebody fucking did that. They were just like, all right, time bomb, and then they just rewind in time whenever somebody would get the petrifier that wasn't them, or the purifier.
I won't lie, when it came to multiplayer Zombies, I have these 2 kids that live in my neighborhood and plus my brother, which makes up 4. So the only time we'd play like Zombies was like the 4 of us together. And if they weren't on, I played Bus Depot by myself with like 3 randoms.
Oof.
And
You're a
then
fucking monster playing Bus Depot.
it was my favorite map.
You're the type of person to play Farm.
No, I fucking hated Farm.
Bus Depot and Farm are the same map, don't even at me.
Let's just
oh
agree
my
to
God.
disagree.
Like, all I'm saying is Town is best survival map.
Oh, no, I'm not disagreeing with you with Town being very good. Bus Depot just holds a place in my heart.
Alrighty. Fair enough.
Town, I won't disagree with you. Town is a very great map.
Like, yes. Wait, what was I saying? I wasn't paying attention.
My goodness.
Oh yeah, Origins is one of the best maps of all time. I like it a lot.
I won't lie, Origins didn't stick to me when it first came out.
I quite liked it. I beat the Easter egg once on Xbox 360. I beat it like 3 times on PS4. I haven't beat it on PC yet. I just haven't been asked.
I've never beat the Easter egg, actually.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I never even beat the buried Easter egg.
Yeah, Origins is the only map I beat the Easter egg on.
Yeah.
And then I beat the Moon Easter egg on Black Ops 4 Remastered. Chronicles, yeah.
You mean Black Ops 3
Also,
Chronicles?
Yeah, Black Ops 3 Chronicles. I beat the Easter egg on Kino during Toten, where you just gotta get the bears easy, or not the bears, the rocks. I don't know what you mean. That's a really hard Easter egg, you know. I almost beat Der Eisendrache like 3 times, but I just suck ass.
Oof. Alright, I guess moving on to Advanced Warfare.
I like Advanced Warfare.
I had
quite
mixed
like it.
feelings about it. Like, it definitely took me a little bit to get used to the exosuits. Like, when I bought Advanced Warfare, I tried the exosuit game modes, and then I played it, like, after playing a little bit with exosuits. I just played it without the exosuits because they still had, like, the Boots on the Ground playlist.
Yeah, but a place is boring because exosuits are actually kind of fun in that game.
They are. It took me a little while to get used to them.
Yeah, everybody bitched and moaned about the exosuits in that game, and then whenever Black Ops 3 came out, they're like, "Oh fuck, go back, back!" And I was just like, all right, very epic. I wasn't actually planning on getting that game because my friends were like, "Oh yeah, that game's bad, don't get it." And the only reason I got it is because when my sister got me my PS4, she fucking got the version of the PS4 that came out with the game.
Ooh.
So I was just like, "Oh, I don't have a choice, or I might as well play it." I actually enjoyed the campaign in that game, even though it was generic. That's the best I can really say about that one. It was generic.
Yeah.
But overall, I quite like the game. Survival's bad though. Don't play survival.
Yeah, so
Exo Zombies I heard was alright. I don't know if it's alright though because I haven't played it.
the only reason I played Survival was to play that very last map where you could play against zombies as an Easter egg.
Oh
Like,
yeah.
some maps on Survival were kind of fun, but overall, it was pain to get to the very last map.
Yeah, it was.
Zombies, I kind of liked it. It wasn't. Some of the zombies pissed me off, like the ones that turned off your exosuit. Those pissed me off. Alright, next game,
Alright.
Black Ops 3.
I just looked at a meme and it was Captain Price saying the legendary quote, any female born after 1993 can't cook. All they know is McDonald's, charge a phone, twerk, be bisexual, eat hot chip, and lie. Easy.
Well, alright.
Yo, female, is this true?
I refrain.
Damn, alright. I mean, it just do be like that.
Alright, Black Ops 3.
Oh, people are following me. Alright, yeah, Black Ops 3. Black Ops 3, pretty cool. I like it. I like it a lot.
I didn't play it very much, to be completely honest.
Campaign, no. Campaign, no. That extra campaign mode with the zombies in it. That's just a campaign, but there's zombies in it. Double no, hell no. Um, arcade zombies, like yes, pretty cool. They brought back zombie arcade, and that was really cool. Yeah. Multiplayer. I mean, all right. If you hate your life, go for it. It's pretty all right. And of course, the best one zombie. It's the best zombies game. Don't even at me.
Oh, I guess we forgot to
They're,
talk about loot boxes in Advanced Warfare.
they're all right in Advanced Warfare. I don't think they're that bad.
Pretty sure I started my gambling addiction in Advanced Warfare, and then I started to
Oof.
as I kept playing it, I started to realize this is kind of bullshit.
Yeah, I have never not once bought a loot box ever.
Yeah,
I'm just like, no, that's
Advanced
bad.
Warfare was the only game I bought loot boxes. But like as a kid, I was just like, I guess, addicted to it. And then like as I towards the end of Advanced Warfare's life cycle, I just no longer gave a shit, and I realized like this is just a scam. I heard Black Ops 3's loot boxes were even worse.
Yeah. Yeah, that's why I didn't play multiplayer that much. It's not really that fun, and whenever they added the weapons that you actually need to get in loot boxes, it was double not fun.
Yeah.
Oh fuck. Okay. Instagram shit. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
Alright. I guess now moving on to Infinite Warfare. Silence. Lewis, you still alive there, bud? Big oof. Awkward silence followed by more awkward silence. Yeah, I still need to get that server back up and running. I wonder if it's me that is messed up.
I don't know.
You there?
Hello.
Hello.
What's going on?
I think
Like-
we lost Lewis.
No, I think he's still here. Super God Emperor man.
Oh, his internet committed suicide.
Oh no. It's unfortunate. I had to grab myself a sandwich. Now I'm back.
Welcome back.
Bro. So what were you guys chatting on?
Call of Duty was the first thing we're talking about.
Yeah, I was there for that.
We were talking through all of them, and I think we got to, what was it? Infinite Warfare. We were about to start on it, and then Lewis's internet went poop.
They just keep doing too much with Call of Duty. They're just always adding some extra like finessey thing. It's just like not what people want.
Yeah.
Well, I don't want to say that. I mean, people like new stuff, right? Like a new obstacle or a new thing you have to learn. But like when it's counterintuitive to actually the core value of the game, you're losing something. You're not gaining something. You're losing something. At least
Yeah.
that's my opinion. I don't know what your take on that is.
Well, I mean, it's nice to add a nice little gimmick every once in a while, like Advanced Warfare adding exosuits. I thought that was a nice gimmick for that game. But like, they just dragged it on for so many games.
Right.
Like, mix it up a little bit.
Definitely. Like I think a really comparable game is Halo, the Halo series. And like again, I felt like the way Halo 3 was perfect. Like the multiplayer literally couldn't get better. And then they added in these little gimmicky things here and there. Like I thought the pickup abilities, like those were pretty fair. And then they started adding in like actual like character abilities that you start with that you can use in your loadout. And that's where I started kind of going like, I don't know about that. Like I think they did that in Halo Reach, and then
Yeah.
kind of kept with that. I'm honestly not sure. Halo Reach is the newest Halo I've played. I haven't played 4 or 5.
Yeah, Halo Reach was my first Halo game. So when I went from Halo Reach to Halo 3, I mean, it was kind of backwards for me.
It's a big jump, yeah.
It was like, I'm used to having these abilities of like being able to sprint. Like, I didn't hate it for not having the ability to like sprint, but I definitely thought it was slower.
Well, the game is slower, but I feel like in Halo 3, that kind of gives you a reason to use things like warthogs or the four-wheelers or the Banshee is the one that flies, right?
Yeah.
Wraith, right? Like all of those had a purpose. But in Halo Reach, I feel like I saw a lot less people hopping in warthogs or hopping on four-wheelers or in Banshees or Wraiths because you've lost the movement value, and it kind of brings a more team-oriented aspect to it because the more people you have in a Warthog, the better off you are driving around in a Warthog.
I don't know about that. I mean, when I played Halo Reach, I mean, if there was a Banshee, everyone went for it. If there was a Falcon, everyone went for it. Tank, everyone went for it. Warthog, I mean, most people went for mongooses. I mean, you were most likely to leave the mongoose behind because you couldn't defend yourself.
Right. Fair enough. Well, I'm talking about like I don't know, like I guess people would kind of hop in Wraiths too because they
It's a tank.
have a gun on the front. Well, I'm talking about the little booster one that's got like a little machine gun on the front. I thought those were Wraiths.
Oh, the I can't even say it. Revenant.
I thought that was the tank. Hold on.
The Wraith was the tank.
Same terminology. Halo. Not Arbiter. Okay, let's see here. Oh, the Ghost.
Oh yeah, the Ghost.
Banshee, right? Ghost, Banshee, and Wraith. Yeah.
But I mean, I wouldn't necessarily say that those attributes in Halo Reach made it a worser game. It definitely made it a little more fast-paced, especially in the like close quarters areas.
Yeah.
The pacing was nice to have, but I feel like the general movement speed in Halo 3 was actually like still pretty, fast. It's not like your Counter-Strike movement speed or your Call of Duty movement speed. You're definitely like hauling it a little faster, which would make sense because you're, a modified biologically engineered human in a fucking super suit.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I went
So
from Halo
hope you could
Reach and
kinda
Call
haul
of
it.
Duty to Halo 3. Like, I was used to sprint being a normal thing, so when I played Halo 3, it just felt slower.
Right. Well, for me, being, playing at the start of Combat Evolved through Halo 2 and Halo 3, and then they introduced the sprint function, we were just like, oh, dude, what? Come on. This isn't COD. Like, it immediately felt like they were trying to appease the Call of Duty players by adding in a sprint function, because you can sprint in Call of Duty.
Well, I mean, I feel like if the technology was there, I'm sure they would added sprint a long time ago, maybe. Like,
I never think they had the technology, because even in earlier iterations of Call of Duty, like 1 and 2 and 3, I'm pretty sure you can sprint.
but I
You're
mean,
just pressing a button and accelerating the character's movement speed,
Yeah.
and then applying a new animation.
I mean,
It's not super difficult.
in the end, it's up to the developer. I mean,
Right, I just thought it was kind of one of the unique factors of Halo of like you don't really have a sprint function, you're just kind of a brute force type thing, and you're tactical. You've got a lot of armaments to your disposal.
little did you know they would add more than just sprint.
Yep, and that's where I was kind of like, that I felt like that was kind of more Call of Duty's niche of having these like perks that you can use during combat. But I mean, I wouldn't say it ruined the game. Again, like a sprint function is nice to have. I mean, it's more realistic. Obviously, as Spartans, you're not gonna just be walking everywhere. Like you're gonna be running.
Like in the not the animation, the like trailers for Halo 3, you would see John 117 sprinting, but you couldn't do it in the game.
Always have those in the cutscenes too. Him running around and stuff, and it just makes it more fluid. But I don't know. It's honestly, it's so interesting the way that shooters have really transitioned from like what their core value used to be, which is either having a really interactive storyline, which had reasons to be fighting in certain areas. You had objectives, like clear or not even sometimes very clear objectives, to now, like, I wouldn't say the storyline aspect of shooters have changed so much. It's just like the multiplayer facet of it is, it's like the idea that more is better and more just becomes annoying at a certain point.
Yeah.
Like when there's too many factors, you're playing, you might as well, like in my mind, you might as well be sitting down rolling some dice and going like, all right, like we might as well turn it back to Dungeons and Dragons style and still have like the immense universe you can interact with versus like, oh, I landed in this area and I couldn't find the weapon I was looking for, so now I die. And everybody's like, oh, you're just a noob. And it's like, am I a noob, or is it just there's too much RNG factors that you're dealing with? But I think the core shooters have still done a good job of keeping it the same, like Quake, Halo, Call of Duty, Battlefield. Like they're adding new stuff, but they're not adding like too much.
I mean, depends on which Halo game, which Call of Duty game.
Right. And I mean, I think it depends on just your perspective. Like for you, how you were introduced into first person shooters, like a lot of this stuff is like kind of normal for you to experience. Like I suppose more normal for you versus than for me. Whereas like my initial introduction of shooters was Zero Dark or Doom or Duke Nukem.
Yeah.
Stuff like that. Like that was my introduction to shooters.
Yeah.
So things were like basic, but still really fun. And I think the really fun factor came from things being very fast paced. So you have to have like good aim because things are going on so fast. And now games like they're fast paced ish, but then there's all this other stuff you have to deal with, and it can get overwhelming.
Yeah.
But some people might just say that I'm old school and that I can't keep up.
Some people would probably say that. I had a
And I
friend.
think part of that is true.
I had a friend. Their first game, like first shooter, was Titanfall, and as we know, that's a pretty fast-paced game. And
pretty new
when they
game,
would
too.
switch from Titanfall and go to like a game like Call of Duty or Halo, they would complain that the game was too slow.
I think it depends on how you play the game too. Like I feel like Titanfall's not really a game where you can sit around and try to like hold areas
Yeah.
too much. Like you kind of have to be moving around, especially if you're out of the Titan. Like if you're on the
Titanfall
ground.
2 is such a hot game.
It is.
Such a hot game. I have so much to say about that game.
Is it though? Is it a good game really?
It is.
Yes. I played.
I mean, I
a
heard
lot of it.
Didn't they remove the big qualm with the first one, which was the AI? Like
And some game modes, there's no AI. In some game modes, there is. Depends on what game mode you're playing.
That was my biggest problem with the game, because I'd go around and I'd get like a bunch of kills, and then at the end of the game, it's like 90% of my kills were just AI. I didn't actually fight a player the entire game. And
Yeah,
it's
but now it's actually more like obvious whenever you kill a player or if you kill an AI,
yeah, that's nice.
because like you just get like points and shit, and it says AI killed or whatever.
I think it said like
Grunt
Grunt
killed.
Kill.
Yeah, Grunt killed, or you kill like the robots, you kill the Reapers, whatever. Right, and then if you actually like kill a player, their name actually shows up in red, and this is that you killed them.
Yeah.
So it's a lot easier to tell when you actually kill people.
It's like one of the problems that as much as I love Battlefield because of how like intricately like you can dive, like the game really pulls you into it. Like it's very realistic. They put a lot of effort into the realism and just pulling you into the environment of the game. But there's a problem with large scale games in the sense of like, how much combat are you actually experiencing? It can really vary from game to game.
Yeah,
can go
it depends on the flow.
Right.
It also depends on what type of game you're going for, because something like fucking Battlefield, you want there to still be the ability to have constant combat. You want to jump between battles, right? Like you don't want the player to like have to walk 30 minutes to get to a gunfight. But in something like Arma, you might be walking for 30 minutes and get into like a 5-minute gunfight where then everybody dies in like 30 seconds. But that's also the charm of that type of game as well, right?
Yeah.
Like some people really like that. Like I find it pretty fun, but like somebody else might be like, "What the fuck is this? What's the point of this game?"
Right. Well, I think I think that's a good comparison, because like Battlefield comparatively to Arma is like there's a realism factor in Battlefield, but it's more like continuously combat orientated, to where there's not a
Yeah.
large gap of you getting into conflict, but you
I
still
think-
have to like aim properly. There's bullet drop. You
Yeah.
got to worry about tanks, but like Arma is really geared towards the way you engage in combat. Like that's the big focal point.
Yeah.
It's like when you do get into a fight, how are you going to get through the fight? Because it's so
Like-
realistic.
I think what you're talking about here, I don't think it's necessarily like realism. I think it's more of the suspense of disbelief, right? Like
Yeah,
Battlefield, it's immersive enough for you to put it to like get like you're not disconnected from it, saying, "Oh, it's just an arena shooter." It's not like Quake where you're always aware that you're playing a game. Like obviously you know you're playing a game, but then you could like put it down and be like, "Ah, yes, actually this is, I feel like I'm actually here fighting this battle." Right? Even though it's not exactly how battles are fought, right? I still feel like this could be something that happens, right?
Right.
But like in Call of Duty, you're fighting in like a fucking airport terminal between two armies, and you're like, "What the fuck's going on here?" And like it's fun, but it's not really like there's no like suspense of disbelief.
Because like
It's just sort of like, all right,
in Call of
there's
Duty,
guns.
like you're respawning so fast, and like the gunfights have, and there's really no like people doing tactics in Call of Duty. Like you just run and gun.
Yeah, definitely. Well, you either have your guy who's running around the map, lobbing nades and throwing C4 and, shooting rockets and, gunning people down, or you've got the guy who's like just holding down an area with like, a sniper rifle or an AR popping up and down and taking people out who run by them, campers.
Yeah, but like
Yeah.
in Battlefield,
you got
like
your campers and your gunners.
you got your squad that's pushing up by foot, being tactical, getting behind cover, pushing, and then like you got them also covering a tank, or like you see like a helicopter do like a drive-by or like whatever they would call it, where it just come by, light the area up, and just fly off, and it's very cinematic at times. I won't lie.
I don't think the thing is that they're using tactics necessarily. I just think it's the way that the maps are designed in a way that you need to be more cautious. But like the thing is both games reward you for being aggressive. But the thing is one is more geared towards aggressiveness, and one it's actually more rewarding to be more passive, because you can die very quickly, right? But the thing is that you can get fucked up from halfway across the map in Battlefield. But in Call of Duty, even if you're getting shot at with a sniper, if you're better at aiming and if you're quicker, you can still hit them with that fucking bullet flinch and then just kill them with your assault rifle from halfway across the map. So I just think it's the fact that in Battlefield, everybody's always cautious because they could die at any moment.
Yeah.
But as you especially notice this whenever you play hardcore, right? Considering Call of Duty and Battlefield both have similar movement speeds. In hardcore, people are a lot more aggressive because they know that even though you could kill them in 2 bullets, if you jump around the corner, right, and if you spray somebody, you're still going to kill them in 2 bullets as well. So it's just like, do I sit here and wait for them to come around the corner, or do I just jump around the corner and end this now? Because it's going to end the same way, like, no matter which way it goes.
But even
You
in
know what
like
I'm saying?
the game of Battlefield, like you're also rewarded a lot by the use of teamwork. I feel like that helps the game a lot.
Oh, for sure. Well, I think kind of what we're starting to talk about is it's like the game's ability to provide you with different play styles
Yeah.
to suit different players. And some games are really narrow in that aspect, like Quake Live. You're going to play the game one way. There's one way to play Quake.
Like, there are different tactics you could choose in that like sphere of how to play, right?
Yeah, sort of,
like
yeah.
the thing is that you're still jumping around the map at like 100 miles an hour, killing people, right?
Right.
Like it's not like you aren't exactly going to like try and be super tactical and be like, yep, all right, I'm going to wait here for this guy to come around the corner. Like you might do that every once in a while, you know. It might be advantageous to like sit down for a minute and wait for the enemy to come around the corner. That's not exactly a tactic that you do all the time. It's more of a rare event.
Right. Well, and I guess it depends on the mode you're playing too. Like 1v1 Quake is so drastically different than any other game mode of Quake. Because if you're just a guy who flies through the map going at Mach speed, like you're not going to do well in a 1v1 scenario because people are going to be sitting by, like holding shift, walking, listening, hearing for you. And they'll hear you jumping near them, and they have good enough aim or good enough reflexes to be able to know that where you're coming from and be ready for you. So
yeah,
I mean, your typical play style of the game is like multi-group scenario, and everybody's just kind of sort of flying around and things.
Yeah, I think the thing is that there's a large difference between like a large like correlation between how the devs design the map and the skill ceiling of the game. because
Yeah, definitely.
the game kind of orients itself to be played in certain ways depending on the balance of things, aka known as the meta, right? And people are pretty much always going to follow the meta even if it's not any fun.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true. Like,
So
I know we're mostly talking about shooters, but I think that's kind of a big problem with like a lot of fighting games now. Is
Oh,
it's
yeah.
like earlier iterations of fighting games, again, when we didn't have the internet, like you really had to figure out your fighting style. And sometimes your fighting style just wouldn't work well against other players like that you run into at the arcade. But you'd learn from that experience. Now,
Yeah.
if you want to hop into Mortal Kombat 10, all you'd have to do is pretty much look up the tier list, find out who are the top 5 rated characters, pick one of those characters, go into the combo simulator thing, learn their 60-80% combos, master those, be able to get your first hit in, and you can destroy people. Like you've taken away a lot of the joy of the game, which is learning the game yourself and getting good at it yourself.
yeah, I kind of get that. That's also an issue in RTS games as well, because like pretty much the type of games that suffer the most from meta is definitely RTSs, because like there's only like a select few units that like people actually want to use because they're good. I know that's definitely an issue in fucking StarCraft 2, and that's why the devs like change the meta literally like every season. Everybody's like, wait, why did you change this? And it's like, oh, we just wanted to change the meta. That's it.
Well, it's an interesting point you've made because, like, I'm sure as you know, like, I follow StarCraft 2 very closely. I follow StarCraft Brood War very closely. Like, I'm really into the tournament scene. And the current iteration of the game has been out for 6 months now with the current patch and the maps. I think each season changes, like every 4 to 6 months. And one of the guys who got to the round of 8, which is very hard to do in GSL, like you have to be like top 10 in South Korea, which the game is played like a sport. Like people go to school to learn how to play this game. Like it's that serious. So it's definitely no joke that this guy got there. And he was super counter meta. He would do crazy things that people just didn't expect. And he knew what the meta was, and he was able to abuse that. So I think it's a double-edged sword. If you develop too much of a stagnant meta, you're going to have those meta crushers out there who know how to counter what you're doing because they already know what you're going to do because you're just following this build order. They can see in the first minute and a half of the game exactly what you're going to do for the next 20 minutes because of the way you're playing. So it's really interesting. And I mean, that sort of stuff develops in shooters too. And then, you get your counter meta people.
Like, back to shooters, like, right now, in, like, Modern Warfare, the meta is basically, like, the 9-3Rs, whatever the fucking 3-round burst M9s they're called in that game. And pretty much, like, everyone who has them unlocked uses them because they are so fucking overpowered that it just doesn't matter. Like, if you aren't using it, you're kind of stupid. Like, I don't have it yet, so I'm like, oh, fuck. Like, I'm just kind of waiting for this season to end or until I unlock it. But, yeah, it's a bit of a pain in the ass right now. Because you just can't fucking win a point-blank range, even if you have a shotgun.
Yeah, that's a little unfortunate. I think that has something more to do with the devs of Call of Duty churning out a new game every year and just not having the time to really spend to learn, like, how the game is going to play out.
Yeah.
Some amount of time. Like, oops, we made an overpowered weapon. Like, that happens.
Yeah, but the thing is that always happens when there's a DLC weapon. The DLC weapon is always god tier for, like, a few months until, oh, wow, the season conveniently ended and they made the gun balanced. Interesting.
Well, that
But
might be a good way to incentivize people to purchase their content.
their season pass.
their
Yeah.
season. That's a really big problem with shooters that I think a lot of people don't want to talk about. Is these care packages, these gambling systems, and then these tiered systems. You have like a gambling, and in most cases you'll have both. You'll have a tiered system like a battle pass system, and then you'll also have loot crates on top of that.
Oh, yeah.
And
Yeah,
that's
Modern
like
Warfare has that.
what a shooter should be. Like there's better ways to develop content or to provide content than a seasonal basis. Like I feel like for me, I enjoyed more just we developed a new DLC package where you get like 6 new maps, and then we integrated new weapons that you can only use on those maps because you have the DLC. The other people wouldn't be able to use the stuff because they don't have the DLC, and the DLC only pertains to the DLC bundle. Like that's how it was in the older iterations of Call of Duty and Battlefield. And now everything has turned into this sort of weird balance between, is it really a pay to win game or is it the core game that you're able to enjoy? And it's,
Yeah.
I mean, I could argue like cosmetics is definitely, I mean, yeah, it's just cosmetics. Like you can obviously like decide whether or not you want a skin, but still you see these younger kids and they're just like absolutely obsessed with getting like the newest skin that came out. It's like,
Yeah.
are you here to
To be
play the
honest-
game, or are you here to play a dress-up simulator inside the game?
Yeah, there's only a few skins that I've ever really like even considered buying. Like Modern Warfare has this like really stupid like weeb skin for like the M4, and you get like pink lasers, or not lasers, like tracers, and it's really funny, and I just want to use it to meme. But every time I think about buying it, I'm just like, wait a minute, that's don't do that.
Yeah, you're spending money on a cosmetic in a game. I mean, and to be fair, we all play Counter-Strike, right?
Yeah.
Counter-Strike is like the core. I think Counter-Strike is probably the game that influenced other game developers the most into an incentive to create this huge.
Oh yeah, by far.
Yeah.
I mean, literally, do you know how much like Valve has made from CS:GO alone? They've made it that literally the first game that they've made in a long time was like Half-Life Alyx, and then they're just like, everybody praised them. Oh wow, you finally made a game! Congrats! And it's just like, oh, really? All right. It's just really weird because literally, like, I'm not gonna lie, CS:GO with like if you actually buy skins, you're kind of getting scammed. I'm not gonna lie.
Oh, definitely. I mean,
like
yeah,
unless you get
money to get a.
Like the thing is, it's genuinely gambling because, sure, you could be getting ripped off, right? Like you could get an absolute dog shit skin, but you also have that 3.1% chance of getting an absolute god tier skin that is worth literally millions or thousands of dollars. It's just like, I mean, maybe that's worth it.
Well,
but, you know, it really depends.
I like the word you use, gambling, in the sense that that's really what it is. And I think they're actually attempting to put laws in place now for game companies that say if you're going to have things like a crate system that people pay for and they get a random thing out of it, it's going to be classified as gambling. And if somebody is participating in it, then your state, it has to be legal in your state, and the people participating have to be, I actually think you have to be 21 or older to gamble. Yeah. Like to go to a casino just to gamble.
It depends on state.
You have to be 20. In most places, it's 21 and up.
Yeah, but I think it's 21 mostly because they sell alcohol.
Yeah.
I think that has a part to play with it, but I think it also has more of a part to play with, you know, when you're 18, like really, do you have a very good concept of how to manage your money?
Like I think from
Yeah.
18 to 21, once you're 21, you have a much better understanding of I actually need to manage my money better and like save.
Damn,
funds.
I need that to live.
Right.
Oh,
Whereas
shit.
when you're 18, you're like, I can kind of dick around with my money a little bit. Yeah, I can throw away $1,000 at a casino, whatever.
There's people that are like a lot older that still do that.
Oh, well, yeah, definitely. I mean, there's people who get addicted to gambling. And
Yeah.
I think that's another big problem with gaming is that it's not so much you're playing it for the spectacle of the game. It's turned into this addictive sort of, I need this in my life or I can't function type thing.
Yeah.
And the younger an age you introduce somebody into it, the more susceptible they're going to be to the systems you have in that game.
I feel like I was pretty lucky in the fact that like I was introduced to gambling and Advanced Warfare, but like I was able to get rid of the addiction after like as soon as Advanced Warfare ended, I was able to end that addiction.
Right. Well, and I think it's on part of the parents too, right?
Yeah.
To like be.
I think that's mostly what it's a part of for children.
What your kids are doing. You know, I mean, it's hard to create a balance because, like, I guess we're getting a little off topic, but like the institution's goal is not to enforce things. Like, you want people to have as much freedom as possible.
Yeah.
With preventing bad things from happening, and it's a weird line to walk over because it's like, is it really the government's responsibility to be limiting what game companies can and can't do in their games? Or is it just the parents' responsibility to, not put your credit card in for your kid's account and then, oops, my kid spent $3,000 in a month?
Oh my god, that happened with John. Fucking, my boy John that's in here, when he was younger, when he was like 14 or some shit, he was really stupid. And he actually spent like $300 on PlayStation just getting games. But his parents' card like overdrafted, so the bank was like, fuck no, I'm good. And basically, PlayStation was like, that's illegal. We're getting rid of your account. So he had to make a new account.
Well, there's this one kid at my school. You guys know the game Clash of Clans.
Yeah.
Yeah, he legit took his grandma's credit card and spent $3,000 on gems.
What?
Yeah, he spent $3,000 on Clash of Clans gems.
I hope she got a refund. I really do.
I don't know how the kid's
Maybe
doing
like he
now.
spent it on a good game. Come on, at least spend it on a good game. But like, that's a big F in the chat.
See, that's the thing. Like,
Imagine to file bankruptcy because your grandson took your credit card and spent it on game currency. Oh,
yeah.
oh no.
See, that's the problem. Is like a lot of like kids just don't know how money works,
Yeah.
and
Yeah,
that's
but then again, you also, if kids don't know how money works, you also shouldn't give your kids your credit card, to be honest.
well,
Oh,
no, he
definitely.
stole the credit
At
card.
least-
He stole it.
Yeah,
Oh,
then put it somewhere useful.
Well, I'm assuming she
Like,
had it in
hide
her
that
wallet,
bitch.
and then he took it out of her wallet.
Yeah, so you hide that bitch. Easy.
Hmm. Yeah, I
Like,
think this is where the law needs to actually get involved, and like you can maybe. I mean, like obviously no one would want to prosecute their own family member, but like,
I think, to be honest, you'd probably like just want to call the bank and be like, yo, my grandson's fucking retarded. Fuck, I said it again. I can't say that word. It's bad.
I think I've actually heard of cases where this happens, and generally the bank will not do anything about it.
Really?
Like if someone outside of your family uses your card for something you didn't intend, like they'll generally consider that theft. But if it's a family member, they really have no way to prove if it was theft or not.
Oh yeah.
So generally, if they have no way to prove it, then they're gonna err on the side of you were irresponsible with your card. It's not a problem.
That's really dumb. I don't really like, it's your card, to be honest. Like, if you don't want your like money to be spent on something and they spent it without your permission. But then again, yeah, it is kind of your fault as well.
Right.
Like
Well, so the
unless
bank
they
should-
like took it by literal gunpoint,
Right.
which
Well-
then at that point it's something different than just your fucking family members being a cunt.
See, it's
I mean,
just
they're-
the kids. They're not even like asking the parents for the credit. They're legit like stealing it from them.
Yeah,
But somebody has to pay for that $3,000 that's gone. The bank is not going to just give up $3K. And in most instances, a lot of these game companies, which maybe this should be sort of where you hold the game companies responsible, where if an interaction, if a monetary interaction occurs in their game and they have things like loot systems or in-game currency, then they should be held responsible for any unintentional purchases because of the fact that they have these currencies and loot systems.
like honestly, they should just call the company. Right? They have the logs of like what shit they bought. Like they have records of everything. So I mean,
right? Well,
like just take away their fucking account if you have to. I mean, just go for it.
Right. And I mean, at the end of the day, we're talking about a virtual thing. It's not like it legitimately cost the game company money to provide someone with a skin or a loot crate. Like, it's different. Yeah. If you spent the money and like ordered a bunch of products.
Yeah.
And they're not
even then, if you don't use the products, I mean,
right.
most companies would be like, all right, send that shit back.
Yeah.
Like, doesn't matter to me.
We're talking about we're talking about a non-physical thing. Yeah. And so, yeah, I do honestly like going through the conversation. Yeah. I think the game companies should be held more responsible for what they're allowing people to access in their refund policies for sure. Like if I buy a digital game on Steam, you're really going to sit here and tell me that I have 3 hours to figure out if I'm satisfied with the game, and if I don't like it after the 3 hours that I spent playing the game, you're not going to refund me for my digital purchase.
Yeah, but that's kind of different because you actually use the product, you know?
Right. Well, and it can create a situation where people are like essentially trialing stuff, and then they're like, "Oh, I don't like it, so I want my money back." Like, they don't do that at the movies. Like most of the time, if you go in a movie and you watch more than like the first 30 minutes of the movie and you're dissatisfied, they're going to be like, you watched the whole movie, bro. Like, no, we're not going to give you your money back if you don't like it after the movie. But they usually have some sort of clause where, yeah, like if you're 30 minutes in, you don't like it, yeah, they'll give you your money back.
Yeah, with that, I just think it's honestly they should give you a bit more time. But
right.
That's more. I don't really think that's as much of an issue here.
Yeah.
Like mostly the thing is that honestly, let's be fair and let's be honest. Loot boxes, 90% of the time, you aren't actually getting anything that's useful in game. Like, and now they have like weapons and shit you could get in game, right? Which is a bit of an issue within itself, to be honest.
That is definitely a problem.
But ignoring that, like most of the time, you're just getting cosmetics.
Right.
Like in Call of Duty, you're probably getting a player tag or some shit, a fucking calling card that nobody fucking cares about, and then like that's it. And it's just like, oh, wow, I can't believe I spent money to get a fucking calling card.
Yeah. Well, and I think it creates another issue of the potential of shooter types to follow the fighter types of games where you're paying $60. 9 out of 10 times you're paying $60 for this game, which is fair. There's thousands of people working on it, tens of thousands of hours of rendering and all this stuff. So it's very fair the amount they're charging for the base game. But in 3 months after the game is out, we're going to introduce a character pack that has 10 new characters that you have to pay $40 for. Like, that's the sort of stuff that really pushes me away from these newer age styles of games, how they're going with this purchasing system. Because it's like, at that point, I don't have an option I'm kind of forced to. It's like, no, the game isn't actually $60. It's $60 at first, and then a $40 installment 3 months after the game is out.
Yeah.
If you want to actually experience the game. And I'm not saying shooters are doing that right now, but it slowly kind of does look like they are, doesn't it? It's becoming more frequent. And I could totally see like a game like Fortnite at one point literally deciding that if you want to partake in the new season of the game where they change the map or change weapons, you're going to have to pay for that.
Yeah. Because you already have games who do stuff like this, but mostly these are games that people also consider scams, where they literally just repackage the game and add some new content, and then they're like, oh, this is actually a new season. It's a new game. It's a new game, not a season, I swear. And then you have to pay like fucking $20 or like double the price of the game that you bought because it's brand new. So, you know, of course it's going to be expensive. I mean, why wouldn't it be?
Right.
And then it's just going to be like, oh, yeah, you're going to have to pay like all of that just to play the exact same game with some new features.
Well, wouldn't you argue that that's what game companies like EA and Activision / Infinity Ward are doing?
I mean, literally, fucking Ubisoft and Ubisoft literally did that like twice. Like, do you not know? Like, fucking Far Cry 5 and Far Cry New Dawn are literally just repackaged. It's the same map repackaged for New Dawn, but it has a weapon level system because that's totally what we wanted. And also it's post-apocalyptic. So it's totally a different game.
Right. Well, and I think, I mean, it's a problem with the game companies doing it, but we're kind of, as the consumers, as the gamers, we're kind of allowing them to do it.
Because we spend the money.
Going out and buying the new version of the game that they made a year later.
Not enough people are voting with their wallets.
Yeah. They're just consuming blindly and expecting... Like, game companies at one point used to have the gamer's best interest at heart. They really did. They really wanted to make a unique game, but now it's just like, give us your money. We're AAA. Give us your money.
Like, honestly,
like with all the Call of Duty games, how they're just like the same thing over and over again.
Yeah, that's what. Yeah, that's
yeah. But at least like now, the Call of Duty games are actually like innovating a bit, which like. Honestly, if you look at the shooting between like COD Black Ops 4 or fucking Infinite Warfare or COD World War 2 and the new game, and you're just like, wow, like these are two different games. Yeah. They're quite the shooting's actually like
what are you gonna
better.
Get?
They like basically they innovated.
No, we're gonna
if
stay
you're
here.
like making your system better. Right, and you're not just literally it's the same system, but oh, we have new guns and new maps. Then I'm just like, all right, that's fair.
Well, that's an interesting point, but I don't know if you recall when they did the release thing and they actually had like one of the key developers on Call of Duty, like kind of do an interview. I think it was with EA or it was with some major, you know, game influential company, and basically what the producer of the game said was like, we could have done all of this a long time ago. We just didn't want to. And so that's really eye-opening. And I think that's what, like, with newer technology, like, there's a lot of stuff that literally wasn't possible. Like, Metro 20, or not Metro, gosh, what is it called?
Metro New Light?
No, not Metro. No, I'm thinking of the Cyberpunk 2027. Like, that game could be revolutionary. Like, the game companies were literally not capable of making a game like this until recently. But adding drop physics and better and more realistic recoil, that's not new age. Like, they've been done doing that. Like, come on, man. You know, you're paying $60 for recoil and fucking bullet drop. Like,
it's like how Call of Duty was like so like against like making a new engine because it would cost them money. We all know Call of Duty made a ton, like a buttload of money. Like, how much would it really cost for them to like make a new engine with the amount of money they're making off of these loot boxes and the games they sold per year.
Oh, definitely.
Like,
probably
they were
got,
using
like
the
a
same
10%
engine for
investment.
years.
Yeah, honestly, I think the reason they don't do it is because they'll probably have to delay a game. To be honest, either they delay a game or it'll take like 6 years to actually develop the engine because like nobody's working on it.
Oh no, what are we gonna do for a year and a half without Call of Duty? You know, it's like,
Well, they got the 3-year cycle now. Like, what the fuck are they waiting for now?
No, it's still 1 year for each gun.
Well,
Oh, you mean like they added Infinity War.
yeah, Infinity War, Sledgehammer, you know.
well, what you get your old school style Call of Duty, your World War type, and then you get your modern type every other year. Like that's not they've been doing.
Oh, no, it's just the companies that are making it.
Well, for me, I think like Call of Duty and like big franchises like Far Cry kind of fall into the same pit that Assassin's Creed fell into, because at some point you just make so many, you know, and you just lose yourself in the amount of games that they put out, because it feels like very imposing to newer people who want to get into that, and in the older people that's been in it for years, you know, it's just the same game over and over again, just with tiny little better features, you know, in each game, you know. It's not really anything substantial to make it a different game, because like with other game series like Legend of Zelda, you know, you see
we lost him.
change and they've adapted. They change for the better. And with these games like Call of Duty and Assassin's Creed, they don't change because they're just being put out, you know, every single year, you know, and it just takes away the specialness of those games.
Definitely. They're milking the cow. They want more milk out of the same cow. They're like, can we get a little more, just a little more milk this year? Maybe just a little, maybe it'll produce a little bit more. And then it's like, but I think again, as consumers, like we kind of need to push the companies to say, all right, we've made the money we could out of this. Let's actually try something new for once. Like, holy crap.
But see, that's the thing. Like, some games will try new things, and the community will hate it. And if the game, like, if every game, like, we use Call of Duty as an example, they were complaining that every game was the same, so they added exosuits. Everyone fucking hated it. So, I mean, they do change, everyone hates it. They stay the same, everyone hates it. It's like, can they really blame us for being confused at times? That was what we want.
That is a really good point. It's hard to appease gamers.
And at
it's
one
hard
point,
to appease any consumer, to be honest. Like you can build the best product ever, and people are like, "Wow, this is great," but it could be a little better. Right. And it's just like, I literally gave you gold bars. That is the entire I gave it to you for free, and you're still complaining. It's just like
the gold bars weren't big enough.
Well, I feel like too,
or they were too big.
Call of Duty,
it was 99% gold content instead of 100.
Well, I feel like with some of these game series, they need to learn when to stop, you know, because sometimes with like a TV show, you know, like the first and second season could be the best stuff ever, and then, you know, it gets ruined in season 3. And I feel like a lot of these bigger games like Call of Duty, they should just, you know, learn when to stop, you know, and try to do something a little new for once, you know, instead of doing the same old.
But even with some TV shows, you get better by the season. Like Star Wars: The Clone Wars didn't start off strong, but as it went, it got better and better.
Well, that's like
a rare.
That's like a rare thing though, because like there's like shows like Voltron where season 1 and 2 are amazing, and then when you get to season 5, it just sucks, you know. It doesn't get better; it gets worse at some point, you know. And I feel like a lot of these AAA games.
You see, the thing is, I don't think it really ever gets worse. I think it gets stale. That's the difference.
Yeah.
Because it's at least the same quality, unless, like, they genuinely fucked up. But usually it's about the same quality. Maybe it's a little worse. Maybe it's a little better. But usually it's about the same.
You want to know how to improve the Call of Duty games? Add more fish AI.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
yes.
definitely.
Whoa.
Fish AI.
We need to do one better. We need to have a fishing minigame to go with it.
Wait, you guys don't have mobile phones? Who doesn't have a mobile phone?
I remember that. Was that Fable 3 or?
That was fucking Diablo.
Oh, Diablo, yeah.
Whatever. It's not even out yet. It's still not out yet.
Is that a late April Fool's joke? Oh, no.
I think once they got the feedback, they were just like, all right, let's not launch this game.
Yeah.
Let's
Well, it's mainly for like the Chinese audience because like a lot of Chinese are like most of the mobile gamers of the world. So like when a company like that wants to make it a little bit more cash, they release like a port to mobile. Be like, oh, we got a new mobile game, Call of Duty on mobile phones. It's mainly for like that Chinese audience.
I was going to make a joke, and then I realized. Never mind. It doesn't matter if you're banned in China. Who cares?
Blizzard literally sucks. I'll say it for you. Blizzard sucks the cock of China. If you say anything bad about China pertaining to Blizzard, the Blizzard will literally rain down hellfire on you.
Yo, Ryan, I hope you don't play any Blizzard game.
I think the only Blizzard game I
They're
played
gonna hunt
was.
down your Blizzard account and ban you.
I think the only
Sorry,
Blizzard game I played was Overwatch, and I don't even play that anymore. I haven't played that in years.
I have never played Overwatch.
My friend loves Overwatch. I don't understand how he plays it.
I think 2016 was the last time I played Overwatch.
Well, I you know what? I honestly applaud Blizzard for making such a giant leap from like we are a strategy MMO turn-based sort of, dungeon crawler company. Let's make a first-person shooter. Like that was bold of them.
Well, I think like Riot is following in Blizzard's footsteps because they're doing like a first-person game now, and they're
don't even get me started on fucking God, what is it even called?
Riot.
No, what's the game called? A or something?
Are you talking about the one that Mark waited literally like a week to get and then got it, and I was like, oh, never mind, I'm not gonna play this.
It's Riot's shooter. What's it called?
Valorant.
Oh my god,
Valorant.
That is a perfect example of how trash games are just becoming now. It's like, let's take 3 different things that like work really good by themselves and just mash them together and it's fun. Yeah, it's fun.
Well, if I know a good analogy to that, I think I remember one time I used to go to camp, and one of the grossest things I've ever seen done at my camp was like someone took Gatorade and milk and mixed together, and they were daring each other to drink it, and it looked so disgusting.
But they're like, it'll be fun. It'll be fun to drink it, though. It'll be fun. It'll be a fun little thing to do.
It'd be fun just for like the first glass, but if you drink gallons of it, you're gonna die.
Yeah, all I'm saying is, what's better than one good thing? 2 good things.
2 good things.
I think that proves my point perfectly. Add more, just more. Doesn't matter what it is, just throw in more.
I feel like, instead of adding more, if they polish the stuff that they already have, I feel like you get a much better experience, and saying, oh, we got 3 things. How about we just we got one really good thing and we polish the heck out of it to make it shine.
Counter-Strike.
Yeah. You already have it.
We
already have
it
it polished. We already have it. We don't need yours.
Yeah, we don't need your CS:GO with abilities.
Have you guys gone over your favorite FPS games, or are we way past that?
We talked about our first FPS games, but we didn't talk about our favorite.
Okay.
And if you want to go over your favorite, and your first, go for it.
Well, for me, it's like a combo of the two, because my first one is my favorite one because it was like the first thing I got introduced. I don't know if it technically counts as an FPS games, but it was like the closest thing when I was a kid. When I was a young boy, my papa didn't allow me to play first-person shooters because he thought they were so bloody. But when I came over the age of 13 and I got into a youth group, they had a little something called Portal 2 on the shelf. It was so good. I asked my dad if I could play it. He gave me the all might thumbs up thing, and I was like, yes. And then I got introduced to the world of Portal, and I've been in love with the game ever since. It's such a good game. It showed me, you know, you don't for good first-person shooter, you don't need to actually shoot people. You shoot the freaking walls. You know, it was such a great game. The characters were so dang good. The story, it was polished. Gladys was an awesome villain. It was an amazing game, and it kind of goes into both categories, my first and my favorite FPS game of all time, and favorite game of all time. It like takes all the spots, you know. It's like right up there, you know. And Valve has always been like one of my favorite game developers ever since. Well,
But is it an FPS? Is it an FPS though? I mean, really?
I consider it one.
Shoot the walls instead of shooting people. It's brilliant, you know.
I'd count it, to be
It's
honest.
because you're in first person and you're still shooting a gun. It's a first person shooter.
Minecraft is a first-person shooter.
Yeah.
This bow is first-person.
Yeah, it's first person, dude.
Oh my.
But
Yeah,
anyway,
Yeah, but if Minecraft actually was a first-person shooter, every other shooter would instantly lose in my book. I'm sorry. Minecraft is so god tier.
Well,
Don't even have-
well, for me, I have very fond memories of playing that when I was 13, and I remember beating it. It was awesome. I just love that game. You know, I still go back to play it to this day. So, you know,
I guess the official genre of Portal is a platform game. What?
yeah.
It's
Well,
a
technically,
first-person
it's like a 3D
technically.
platformers because you know you jump from platform to platform. I guess.
I guess
I
the
know how
puzzle
it
game
works.
isn't really. Well, no, it's a puzzle game.
Yeah,
the
that's
core
what I'm saying.
point of the game is to solve puzzles. That's the
Yeah.
core thing you're doing. I don't know,
I-
that's a whole other topic, but
Honestly, I think they got that from Watch Mojo because I like saw one of their lists like top 10 3D platformers of all time. Portal 2, baby. You're just like, whoa. Wait a minute. No,
Castlevania? Question mark.
Castlevania. Yeah,
That's a fucking puzzle game now. Call of Duty is a real-time strategy. It's real time. There's a strategy to shoot. RTS.
Oh my gosh. I just don't get any of that. I think like Watch Mojo makes the rules on that junk. I don't get how they get away with that. They're so stupid.
Watch Mojo top 10. All right. Where's the studio? Oh God. What was their top 10 anime? It was like their number one was like fucking Naruto, and I'm just like,
Well,
the most
I think-
generic
I think-
anime of all
I
time.
think they changed it to like where it's Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood, which I wouldn't say it's like one of my favorite anime of all times, but it's up there. You know, it's really good. I really enjoyed it.
So good. But
Of course, One Piece is the best anime of all time.
you know, I'm
Yo,
okay with you. I'm okay with you saying that. You didn't say Naruto or Bleach.
No. I can't.
Yo,
stand
boys.
it.
You're
Yes.
ruining future content. Come on.
Yeah, like,
Whoa,
anime could be one of our topics, and you're
okay.
Well, I
Yes,
mean,
sorry.
Talk about all the things. All right, so Jesus, is he?
Okay. Back to first person.
I mean,
shooters. Your
our
favorite
podcast
first-person shooter.
episode 0.5 was about anime, but I mean, we could have an official episode about anime.
Okay.
Episode 0.5 doesn't count because I wasn't there.
I
Yes,
wasn't
you
there
were.
either.
Was I?
Yeah, you were late. You came after we talked about anime. It was me and Decemptum here talking about
that doesn't
anime,
count.
and then you came like way later.
Oh, I wasn't sure if we were actually live on that or not.
It was a
No, I-
Minecraft stream, but then like it just turned into like just us talking, and so I just
Oh,
cut it.
yeah.
I cut the Minecraft and the podcast part in half, like separated the two, and then just made the 0.51 because it was pretty much it was unofficial, but it was still a topic.
Well, we could do like a
Content.
sequel of it, so we could do that.
Yeah,
This
Return of the Anime.
Return of it.
the anime.
Oh goodness. Okay.
Love you too.
Revenge of the Weebs.
So you said favorite
yes.
shooter of all time, right? You said favorite shooter of
Yeah.
all time.
Yeah. Favorite shooter. You're the
I
one that
think-
you have to put on top.
I think the shooter that I just enjoyed the absolute most, that just blew my pants off. Like I was totally drawn into the world. Can I wait? Hold on. I'm sorry. Can I say blew my pants off? Is that too boomer?
No, I think that's good.
It's kind of
I didn't say
boomer.
blew my
but
socks off. I didn't say blow my socks off.
It's pushing it, but I think it's
I
fair.
exploded
As
my
long as you
fucking
don't say G.
underwear.
Willikers
My
beforehand, I
underwear was exploded with immense force from Halo Combat Evolved. I mean, that game just
Oh yeah.
was beautiful and amazing in so many ways, man.
I haven't played it yet because I didn't have a PC before, but now that it's like I can actually get it because the anniversary edition, I'm waiting for it to get patched first, and then I'm gonna get it because right now it's kind of a bit like glitchy and shit.
Well, I know like the audio isn't as good as the other PC release. I've seen like comparisons, so
Are you talking about like the actual original PC Combat Evolved?
yeah, I actually own that. Well, my brother does. He owns the original PC version, so
I played it on Xbox, but still,
Yeah.
it was absolutely amazing. I mean, so revolutionary, man. Like there were like futuristic-y sort of sci-fi games prior, you know, shooter type, but nothing developed its own entire universe that you could go practically. Like I would say the Halo universe is on par with J.R. Tolkien's like Lord of the Rings universe. It's that expansive. I would say it's on par with the Star Wars universe, essentially.
I wouldn't go that far.
I wouldn't even say that goes as far as Lord of the Rings. Lord of the Rings is pretty expansive. I don't think Halo is that expansive.
It's quite expansive. Don't get me wrong. I just don't think it's.
Well, you've got the Covenant. You've got a whole backstory for the Covenant we really haven't gotten.
Yeah, you have a backstory for like
Forerunner thing that they completely ruined in Halo 5. The most horrible thing ever that 343 has ever done.
I thought Halo 4 was
not do the Forerunners justice at all. Like they weren't this like they made the Forerunners seem like Thanos. It's like no, they weren't trying to control the population.
Don't get us copyright claimed here.
Trying to protect. I mean, it's just interesting that because I don't know exactly if it was the book and comic series. I think the book and comic series came after Halo Combat Evolved.
Well, what about like the anime? I've heard like stuff about the Halo anime. Is that any good? Or?
Fall of Reach and
I saw bits and
pretty
pieces of it.
bad, but there's some good parts in it because it's a bunch of different animations put into one, and some of them are good, some of them are just alright.
The book is fantastic. The Fall of Reach, the book is absolutely amazing. Like again, I think that book is on par of quality with like Harry Potter or Lord of the Rings. Well, I don't know, Lord of the Rings is just too much sometimes with the book. But anyways, yeah, Halo Combat Evolves, hands down.
Yeah, I just think Halo is unique because it's actually a game series that spawned an entire expansive universe. Like usually it's like a movie series or a book series that spawns a universe. But Halo's is like, no, fuck that.
They spawned a book series and comic series and animation series out of the game. So, yeah, it's
pretty litty, as the kids say.
Witcher has kind of done the same thing.
Oh yeah, The Witcher is actually a national treasure.
Oh, it's so good.
That's not even a joke. It's like actually considered a national treasure. Like, did you guys know that they actually gave Barack Obama, when he was president, a copy of The Witcher 3 when he came to visit?
Wait, for real? Like,
yeah,
this is legit.
Yeah.
Well, like, did you hear like
he owns a copy of The Witcher 3?
Well, like I've heard like did you hear like I think it was like MatPat gave like a copy of Undertale to like the Pope?
Oh yeah, he did. The Pope was like, "What the fuck are you giving me?
Are you a gamer?"
You're 100% right. The Poland's prime minister loves the video game so much he gave it to Barack Obama as a gift, claimed as a national treasure. Wow, that's something.
That is so odd. Okay.
Anyways,
mean, I recently got The Witcher 3. I mean, I haven't installed it since my PC can't handle Gerald's masculinity, so I need to get a better PC. So,
You can probably run if you run on the lowest settings.
Yeah, you can
'cause,
definitely run it on.
Like,
No,
to be
no.
honest, The Witcher is so well optimized. It's amazing.
It's
well,
really
I'm sorry, dude. I want to see it in like Gerald is full. You know, want to see all those follicles. You know, on my PC screen. I just don't want to see the bare
yes.
minimum. You know,
I want to see the pores on his skin.
I want to see the pores on their skin. You know, just.
Oh, that's
Yeah, you're right.
I bet you if
How
they
are you supposed
remastered that shit, it'd still sell like crazy.
Oh, easy.
Oh my
And the
God.
game, like, what came out like 5 years ago, if that.
Like, all I'm saying is, you just want to see certain female characters in certain scenes in ultra quality.
Yeah. You know, it makes sense. You know, makes a lot of sense.
You know,
And I'm gonna
Yennefer's
use-
pretty cute.
Bathtub.
Siri's a cunt,
Sorry.
though. Nobody likes Siri.
Shaking my head.
Except I like the DLC she's in. I played a bit of it.
Well, I think we need to get back to topic. You know,
Yes.
we'll
So-
say a Witcher 3 podcast once I do the game.
I'd be down for that.
Yeah.
I need to
I've
finish
never
game
played
too.
the game.
What?
I've never played it. I mean, neither have you. Clearly, Dark.
Well, I mean, I have a reason. Though. I have a bad PC, but you? Do you
Okay, my
not have a
PC
reason?
isn't perfect.
You could run it. Just
Probably.
get it, loser. Easy. Easy.
Alright. I'm gonna
Easy.
actually attempt
Alright.
to study and
Alright.
do this at the same time.
So
Okay.
see you in a. Oh, you're gonna do it at the same time.
Yes, I might be kind of
Alright.
quiet, but
Go for it.
I'm just
Yo.
doing flashcards. You know, it's nothing crazy.
Okay. So let's get back onto topic or whatever.
All right. So Ryan, you want to go? Should I
My
go?
my favorite
Blaze go?
first-person shooter would be either Battlefield 4 or Black Ops 2.
Oh yeah.
I know people say like Battlefield 3 is better than Battlefield 4, but I mean I started with Battlefield 4.
I think that's a dog-faced lie. Battlefield 4 is the best Battlefield game. You can't even argue that with me. Is by far the best.
I will
Battlefield
say the
game.
one complaint I have about Battlefield 4 is that the M4 is a burst rifle weapon.
Oh my. Yeah, there's no like full auto M4. Which is
Yeah.
kind of annoying.
I mean, you can cheat the system a little bit. Like if you like hit the trigger just right, you can make it shoot kind of automatically.
Yeah, but there's still that one like delay, 1 second delay, and it's really annoying.
Or like sometimes when you burst fire, sometimes it messes up and sometimes it won't even fire.
So since we already talked about Black Ops 2, do you want to talk about Battlefield 4 for a little bit?
Yes.
Mostly because I want to talk about Battlefield 4.
Wait, what's your favorite game with first-person shooter, Lewis?
I want to know.
Either. Okay. If we can count this as a first-person shooter, even though nobody plays it for its shooting, Fallout New Vegas, pretty dank. I like it a lot. But I guess it's not technically a true first-person shooter. It's more like I'd honestly consider it more of just a role-playing game that you can shoot things in. But yeah, if you had to press me for an actual first-person shooter, I'd probably say fucking Battlefield 4 for sure.
Yeah.
Battlefield 4, like I literally have like that's like the only game on PlayStation I actually have like 400 hours on.
Like you and I met each other on Battlefield 4.
Oh yeah, I have way too many hours on that game. That game is a lot of fun.
I want to play that game more often, but just not enough people have been getting on it that I know.
Yeah, I just don't want to play on PlayStation 4. So my controller's broken.
Oof.
And also because I'm getting to the point where if I have a low FOV, I start getting headaches. So, yeah, it's kind of a pain, but if my controller wasn't broken, I'd actually suffer through that to play Battlefield 4. So that really says a lot about it.
I still play on default FOV even on PC.
You are a monster. I don't know what else to tell you. You're just a monster.
It's just what I've always been used to.
Oof, you pain me. So, Battlefield 4.
The greatest FPS.
You can't even at me with that. It is absolutely beautiful. Like, even for now, it looks kind of alright. Some of the maps are lacking.
The campaign is severely lacking.
Campaign is severely lacking. But has that one Asian chick in it. She's pretty cute. Totally has nothing to do with my like of Asian women. But also, fun fact, yeah, the both of the Asian women are based off of the same exact person, like the one from Hardline and the one from Battlefield 4. Yeah, they're both based off of the same model.
Oh, I never played
Or is it-
Hardline.
Yeah, there's an Asian woman in that, and they're both based off of the same person. And I'm pretty sure she also voice acts both of them.
Interesting.
As in, still doesn't mean that the one in Hardline isn't a complete annoying cunt.
True.
Oof. I died. Hey, Rem, pick up for me so I can eat food.
I'm not in the game.
Too bad. No, I mean, pick up where I'm talking off from. Go for it.
Oh, okay. Let me see. You were talking about Battlefield 4.
Yes.
I haven't played Battlefield 4.
Big oof, you're missing out.
I'm sorry. I drew be a Portal 2. I played certain first-person games. I haven't played too much. I mean, I've been playing Halo, and then what other first-person games do I really enjoy? I like Black Mesa. That's really good. Really enjoy Black Mesa, and let me see. Oh, you know what the best first-person game is? System Shock 2. That was an awesome first-person game. I mean, I guess it could be considered RPG, but it was like done by the same guys who did BioShock. It was like the pre-BioShock, before BioShock, and I think they got a lot of cool elements to that one. Like, I also like it because it's similar to Portal 2 because it had like an evil lady AI, and she was really cool, and the ending was pretty sweet too. There's been rumors about like remastering the original System Shock, which I hope might actually be a thing, but I don't know when the heck that's going to be coming out due to coronavirus junk. So,
Big oof.
you played BioShock, right?
Nope.
No. Oh, it pains me. I love BioShock. Both me and my brother, we like BioShock. Although it has a morality system, which is pretty dumb, but if you ignore that, it's a really awesome game. Because mainly the morality system mainly comes down to, do you want to kill a little girl or do you want to let little girl live? You know, I mean, it's pretty dumb. I mean, of course you're gonna let her live. You know, I mean, if you kill her, you get power up, but you know, just let the little girl live. You know. But anyway, that's a really good first person.
Remember, you're speaking to someone that played no Russian without a single hesitation.
Well, for me, I tend to get teary-eyed, and I'm a very moral kind of guy. So, you know, obviously, I'm gonna try not to kill as much as I can, for the most part. I mean, unless there's zombies, then I have no quell with killing zombies.
I think my thing
Anyway.
is just the fact that I understand it's a video game and none of these actions are going to affect me in any way.
Yeah, I guess I make a point. But anyway, let me think. What's another good first-person game? You played Half-Life, right?
No.
games.
I think you cut out.
Did I cut out?
Yeah, I think so.
Oh, okay. Is it working now? Or
Yeah, it's working
is it
now.
Still... Okay. Well, like Half-Life and Black Mesa are really, really awesome games. And I really like them because they have a shared universe of Portal, mainly because the devs used a lot of the same assets, so they got both the writers for both the games together, and like, oh, we're gonna make this a shared universe, you know. And I really like it because it's not in your face as like Avengers is with like their shared universe, you know. It's more subtle. I mean, except for like in the song at the end of original Portal, but it was really neat. I really like the way they do that, and I hope we get some more Half-Life stuff after the new Half-Life game. But unfortunately, it might all be VR. So
Half-Life 3. Half-Life 3 is never gonna be a thing.
well, it never gonna be finished. But by what I've heard at the ending of Alex, I don't know that much, but it's hinting at another Half-Life game. You know, because G-Man says some stuff. He's like
Half-Life 3 confirmed.
Some people are taking it that way, but from what the game devs have said, it's all gonna be VR. Speaking of which, what's your opinion on like first person games being in VR? Do you think it works with VR, or do you think it kind of falls on its face?
I think it works. It's just the technology isn't there yet.
Yeah, I feel like it's too, and I feel like a lot of that stuff is very expensive, and not everybody has the space to do VR.
Yeah.
And because of that, I feel like it's a major drawback. You know, I feel like it's like similar to the Nintendo Wii, because the Wii you do some minor motions, but you still have a good amount of space. You know, but VR you need to have a lot of space to do all of that. You know. And a lot of people don't have that kind of space, and some people just want to plug in a controller and just sit down and game. You know, they don't want to be up and about. You know,
Like, I won't lie, I hope VR doesn't die out, because it's a very good idea, and it has the potential to be great. It's just the technology just isn't there yet.
yeah. I feel like that, and sometimes with some people, the thing is, like a big problem is that some people who have like motion sickness, you know, who like go on roller coasters, they can't do VR unless they do like stuff like give like people virtual noses in the game, or like do like the teleporting feature. It's mainly because they get like motion sickness when you press the trigger to like run in like VR. It like causes them to have motion sickness.
Yeah.
And I feel like sometimes some things in VR, you know, a lot of stuff that we take for granted in a lot of first-person games, you know, like if you run against a wall, you stop, but in VR, you just stick your head right through the wall, you know, and see beyond it, which is weird. But anyway, I'm just saying, you know, I just feel like it's not very viable. I just wish, you know, like stuff with Half-Life Alex, you know, if they would like give options for both people who want to play it via like just a PC without the VR, and people who want to play it with VR. That way it'll allow more people to have like options, you know.
Yeah.
But anyway, let me see. What is Kombucha doing? Or
He's getting food.
super. Oh. I think he's doing. Yeah, he's doing Enter the Gungeon. No wonder. Is there any points you want to go over? Like any games that you want to talk about other than Battlefield 4?
Well, Kombucha and I were going to talk about Battlefield 4, but gotta wait for him to get back.
Yeah.
And then we kind of talked about VR, first-person shooters in VR.
Yeah. Well, I think those things kind of go hand in hand. And then some stuff in VR, like especially like reloading the gun, some of it could be cumbersome, and some of it could be cool. You know, like reloading all the bullets, you know, in a gun. You know, in other games you just press a button, and that you have to like individually select the bullets. You know, shove them in there. Depending on like who you are, it can be really cool, or it can like really suck depending on the way they do it. You know, I feel like Half-Life Alex did it decently, but other games, you know, you just fill around, and you know, I just kind of, at the end of the day, I would just like to press a button to reload, you know, just press R. But I don't know, I feel like some of that can weigh down a VR game.
Well, see, everyone's got their own like, for some people, actually, like, unloading the gun in a game would be really cool. I mean,
yeah,
it's just down to preference. I mean,
yeah,
you may you may prefer just pressing the button, but some people would actually rather, reload the gun. I feel like right now, like when it comes to like reloading guns, there's still some jankiness with it. Because, I've watched videos in VR where the person is like trying to reload, but it's not doing exactly what they want because,
Yeah.
VR is still new, so, it ain't perfect yet.
Holy smokes. Sorry, I just found something on Steam. It's a new game that released called COVID, The Outbreak.
You can't
What
say
the
that
heck?
on YouTube.
Sorry.
Video will
oh
get
my
taken down.
gosh. Sorry. Someone released a new game. How is this game coming out? How is it not taken down?
No, the YouTube is gonna take down the video because you
gosh.
said the words.
Oh my gosh, sorry.
The word.
I'm so sorry. I broke the podcast. Okay, sorry. That was so
You
weird.
ruined it.
I ruined it.
Oh.
Forget. Well, wait, aren't you on Twitch now? Can't Twitch do nothing about it?
I stream on Twitch, but then I post it on YouTube.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So, well, you just cut out this part. Okay. Anyway, let me think. What some other good first-person shooters to talk about?
I guess we could talk about Halo.
Oh, yeah, we could talk about Halo. Oh, I know a good first-person shooter that you should try out. Have you played Republic Commandos?
I have not.
Oh, dude. Okay. Essentially, those games, they take Star Wars, like Clone Troopers, and they're like, hey, why not we take those guys and make a first-person shooter game?
I've seen
released-
playthroughs of it.
Ooh.
Yeah, it's awesome. I played through it. I got like the HD texture mod, and I figured out how to make it where it's like full screen, like the other Star Wars game.
Yeah.
Yo,
It's really good.
say welcome back, Super God Emperor of Man of Steel.
No.
That is
All
too
right.
long of a name. If you're gonna name yourself that, give me a better name. Darn it.
No, you're Rem Best Girl.
It better be
I know, I
Rem's
was
queen,
here.
my man.
I was here when you guys were talking about it, by the way.
Oh, okay.
I was just eating, so I didn't want to be like into the mic,
Just be like one of those Twitch streamers.
ASMR.
Yeah, we copy strike PewDiePie. No, I'm sorry.
I'm sure there'd be people that would
you
watch an
made fun of the
ASMR video
golden
of you
goat.
eating.
Sorry.
Easy. Yeah, but if we could talk about VR shooters for a minute,
Okay.
I think right now it's best in the fashion of what you call like shooting range type games, right? Like hot dogs, horseshoes, and hand grenades, right?
Yeah.
Where the main meat of the game is just having fun, like shooting guns, unloading them, putting them together, etc. Just fucking around with them basically, and just seeing how fucky you can get with the guns, right? Or just being like, wow, this is a really cool gun. I like this. I'm going to use it, right? Because right now, I think the main appeal of VR shooters is the ability to actually feel like you're using a gun and actually unload them, reload them, fucking do the whole procedures, the safety procedures, etc. Because if you just want a casual shooter, why are you gonna play VR?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just go play something on Steam. Go play fucking Call of Duty or Battlefield, or if you want something realistic, go play Rising Storm Vietnam or Arma or Insurgency, something that feels realistic. Because if you're not there to actually fiddle with the guns, then I don't know why you're there. Granted, in the future, there definitely is a place, even now, for just more of a casual shooter. There's a bunch of casual shooters that are just meant to be cool, right? You have that one game that everybody liked when it came out. That's mostly just a showcase of VR, the one where you have to reclaim the robots.
Oh
I forgot
yeah.
what it's called.
Oh, Robo Recall.
Yeah, Robo Recall.
Yeah,
It's a pretty casual shooter, all things considered. It gets hard,
Well,
but it's still casual.
Well, that was made by Epic, so we don't talk about them. So we don't talk about the devil.
Yeah, but still, you know what I mean.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
there's still a place for it, but I do think like the main like appeal of it is, oh, I actually get to reload my gun. Like, you know, I get to reload them. I can aim around corners. I can do all this weird shit, right? I can shoot myself in the fucking face if I wanted to. Like, it's just, it just feels a lot more free flow than like regular shooters that you control regularly. Because like, even if you had things like, you know, aiming your gun around the corner without like peeking yourself out, it's either something gimmicky like in third person shooters where like you just blind fire around the corner, or it has to do with some weird ass control setup like Arma where you have to like learn the 50 different bindings. Like, did you know there's like fucking 10 different stances in Arma 3?
Yeah.
Like, you have like high stance, regular stance, slow stance, high crouch, low crouch, sitting, laying on your back, and then prone. Like, why? I don't need all of this. It's cool, don't get me wrong. It's just, I don't really need that. But in like fucking VR, you can actually do that, and it's really cool. But considering that everything's really finicky right now, and honestly, the main issue with it is like in a shooter like Half-Life Alyx, right? Like, I think the main like reason why the shooting feels a lot better in that game than in other games, at least according to people who've played it that I've heard of, right?
Yeah.
Is because literally every weapon is a single-handed weapon. You don't use two hands for any of the weapons. Because I don't know if you guys watched Remy Down Under. I think it was him at least. Oh no, it was I forgot his name. Operator Drewski. Yeah, he made a video talking about why like ARs, like assault rifles and fucking snipers and shotguns feel really weird. Because when you're shooting a pistol in VR, it's natural. You're shooting a pistol with one hand, and you might use your other hand to, like, you know, steady your aim, right? But then you have, like, your assault rifle, which now you're holding two things that are disconjointed, and you're trying to line them up perfectly. So from anything further than 5 feet away, you're like, what the fuck am I doing? Like, it doesn't make sense. It just doesn't feel right. But you also can't put the controllers together, because then it's really wonky for like when you want to actually like grab stuff with your hands, for example. But like in Half-Life Alyx, you have like, oh, all the guns, you use one hand. Doesn't matter what gun it is. Shotgun, one hand. Pistol, one hand. Fully automatic pistol, one hand. Easy. And then like your other hand, you could do other shit with it, like throw shit at people. You could use the fucking little flick thing that brings things towards you. It's really cool. But you could grab things, like people, whatever. And it's just like, all right, this feels natural. It doesn't feel like I'm fighting my own hands.
They actually
You know
made a
what I'm saying?
controller for like holding like bigger guns that are two-handed. There's actually a controller for VR
Yeah.
for that stuff.
Yeah, but the only issue with that is that with a lot of games, you're also able to use your hands to like grab shit. Right? That's also one of the appeals, is that you can just grab shit in the environment. If you see a bottle, you could pick it up, you could break it, and then stab somebody to death with it, because why not? That's fun.
Yeah.
I don't mean in real life that's fun, but in games it's fun.
Yeah.
Please don't find me, FBI. But like, that's the thing. It's really cool to be able to do all of this, right? But then if you stick your controllers together, you can't really do that anymore. It's just sort of like, oh, okay, now I'm like a sterilized donkey. I can't do jack shit.
I think it's more meant for
Right.
like games to where you're always using like a two-handed gun.
Yeah, I think that's where it's best in. Like hot dogs, horseshoes, and hand grenades. Even though you're using your hand a lot, you do have time. Like if you really wanted to, you could set up all your guns. Right? They could be all nice, and then you use your big boy controller for when you're shooting big boy guns.
I feel like the way you're describing it, it reminds me of like first-person shooters on the Wii, because a lot of them, you would just like hold the Wii remote in one hand, use it for aiming, and then like the thing in the other hand. But like with other guns, to make it feel more natural, like two-handed guns and not just pistols, they had like this plastic thing where you put like both the Wii things in and like, oh, it's a real gun now. You're just like, wow, this feels so weird, and I feel like it feels like the same way with VR controllers.
I had a friend that played Call of Duty 4 on the Wii.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Well, like I've heard like with Call of Duty games for the Wii, the only good one that people actually consider really good, the only good port is like Modern Warfare, and that's about it. Like everything else is trash, more or less, except for Modern Warfare. That's like the only decent port. Even then, it's not the best. So,
like honestly speaking, I think Hot Dogs, Horseshoes, and Hand Grenades is the best shooter for VR right now. Like it literally does everything you would want it to do. You shoot gun happy, go boom. And you get to just like if you want to fight AI enemies, you can, sure. Or you could also just shoot targets like it's a day at the range if you want to, right? And you could use whatever fucking guns are in the game, and he constantly updates the game like every fucking month. It's kind of insane. Like honestly, are you okay, Mr. Anton? Like.
Well, sometimes I feel like a major disadvantage that a lot of VR shooters have is like games like Doom or like other very fast-paced first-person shooter games don't really translate that well because, Doom is all about running and gunning, but in VR, all you have is just the gun. You can't do the run,
Yeah, at least not very efficiently.
Not very efficiently, and like I've seen Doom VR, it's so much slower than the other versions of Doom, so...
Yeah, I do think VR also has a valid place as just something to make things more immersive, right? Like, sorry. But like you just put on the headset and you sit down and you play normally, but you put on the headset and you're able to look around, right? But the game is still played how it's usually played. Just something for immersion.
Yeah.
I think it does serve a purpose there. I think it's quite effective at that right now. I think that's probably the best thing it's good at right now. But, I mean, to be honest, if you want to do VR like how everybody wants to do VR, I think your best bet are with games like Beat Saber, like hack and slash games, and like that other game, what the fuck is it called? Blade and Sorcery. Because it just works better.
Well, I think that's mainly because you aren't moving in like those games. Most of those games they talk about, like the hand grenade game or like the games where you stand still, I think is much better. Or like stuff is coming towards you. You're not going towards it. It does that like a lot better. I think
like
it adds
in this, like in Hot Dogs, Horseshoes, and Hot Dogs, Horseshoes, and Hand Grenades. You do move, right? And you move a bit, but the thing is, you don't have to move very fast, to be honest.
Yeah.
You can move at whatever pace you fucking want, whatever you're comfortable with. I think that's when VR games are probably at their best. Like, I haven't played them personally, so I can't exactly say that's for sure. But from what I've seen, the games that people like and the games people don't like, it's mostly just the games that you can move at whatever pace you want. If you want to run really fast and get motion sickness, I mean, sure, have fun. I mean, it's not a me issue at the end of the day. But if you want to move really slowly and methodically, go for it.
I feel like another thing that people kind of trash on with VR is like the motion controls, because a lot of it can feel like the way the Wii felt. Because I personally love the Wii, but a lot of games just hand shoot, a lot of motion controls when it couldn't be in there, and I think sometimes when you use motion control subtly, it works much better than like big, wide motions.
Yeah.
Because like in Breath of the Wild, one of my favorite games, it had motion control too, but it's mainly for aiming. It helps aiming a lot better, on like that kind of console. I play on my Switch Lite and it helps me aim the arrows much better than a regular controller. It allows me to get a lot more accurate.
Oh, are we talking about like VR
Yeah.
stuff? Dude,
Yeah.
that's what's up.
Yeah. We're talking about that.
Yeah,
Where
talking
you
about
been?
VR shooters. He went to the store or some shit.
Okay, that makes
I had to
sense.
get cigarettes, and the gas station closes at 10.
Oh.
I've also been doing my flashcards. Dude, I'm getting stuff right that I'm like, totally, I was like, is it this? And then I flipped the card, and I'm like, oh, dude, totally is that. Hell yeah. I suck at studying. I'm fucking
Yeah.
awful at
To
it.
be honest, it's probably selective memory.
For me, it's like no memory. I get the memory of my grandma, and on my mom's side, they have no memory. So it's with me, I forget everything.
I remember general things, but not details. Like,
I
if
remember
you
the
ask
most
me
useless
questions
shit.
about, like,
Well, for
World
me,
War
I
II,
can remember some stuff, but like stuff like names, I forget constantly unless I'm like around that person on a constant basis. Otherwise, I will like forget your name.
there's a
For me,
thing
every
for
time
that.
I wake
Like,
up,
are you-
no, it's like
you
a
have
mental, like,
better
oh my
facial
gosh,
recognition.
like I can recognize someone's face. I just forget what their name is, and it's so awkward at times. So
Oh yeah, I don't remember names ever.
so sometimes it's just like you or bro or how's it going, my dude, stuff like that. So
Yeah, literally everybody I know, I give them nicknames, just in case I forget their name. Like I'm just like, yes, Comrade Smelly Feet, what's up?
So
Comrade dog.
apparently 73% of the population, I don't know what the population control of this that they did, but 73% of the participants in this survey were better at recognizing a name than a face. So it's more common, it's less common to have better facial recognition than name. That's weird to me though.
Yeah.
Like, how would you not be able to, like, it's not just the face, it's like obviously like the hair and like the person themselves. Like, it's not just the face, right?
I mean, for me, it's the
Yes.
face and the voice.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Like,
Yeah.
say I'm not looking at you, but you speak. I'm just like, oh, that's Noah's voice.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Hear
Or
me coughing, you're like, Noah, is that you?
You do have an easily recognizable voice, though. You have a pretty
Yeah, it's a lot more higher pitched than I want it to be. Oh, I would like to be a low boy, have like
I
a
wouldn't
deeper
say you have
voice,
like a
but
higher pitched voice, but like I don't want to say it and sound rude.
it's alright.
Weaker voice.
There's kind of some
Yeah, yeah,
raspiness.
speaker.
There's kind of like a
So
unique like tone of raspiness to your voice. Not like that you've smoked 1,000 packs of cigarettes or anything, but like
No, I know. I get that all the time. I think it sounds too childish, but it allows me to do a better Kermit the Frog voice. So I can do the Swedish Chef as well. And I can do that.
Can you do Mickey Mouse?
Ahoy there, Goofy! Kind of.
Burn all the Joe. We're on Twitch.
Gonna go commit suicide! Woo!
Oh God, we're on Twitch.
We're
No,
on Twitch.
I-
No, that's the
it
second
wasn't the
time you
channel
gotta get
owner.
us
It
taken
was
down.
us dumbasses. I didn't say it all the way. I just said burn all the Joe.
No,
We're gonna
this
get
is what we
kicked
call
off.
This is a
Sorry.
gamer moment.
Epic gamer. Oh God, dude, that phrase. This is an epic gamer moment.
This is a very epic gamer moment.
Man finds his lost dog. Epic gamer moment. It's like what?
One voice I can do very well is Skeletor's voice, believe it or not.
Wait, no, I have to hear this, please.
Aha! He-Man! Soon I will rule Eternia with my Raminator, He-Man!
Oh, that's amazing. I'll bet you could do a really good like, oh, Harry Potter. It's
Harry
Potter.
It's Leviosa.
Not
It was
the
so
other.
Wait, can you do it? Doofenshmirtz.
Akio bum. Oh.
What were you
Hi.
asking?
Doofenshmirtz from Doofenshmirtz from Phineas and Ferb.
Ah, Perry the platypus. I can't. I haven't mastered him that well.
A lot of people tell me.
I can also do Marvin Martian. You know, Looney Tunes.
Ooh.
Oh, you're making me so angry, girl. Oh, my Vortonian neutralizer.
Oh, those are great. I guess people are like always tell me they're like, oh, dude, you could do like movie trailers, and I'm like,
Today in
there was a time before a time when time didn't matter at all.
Say coming to a theater near you.
The Cosmic Soup, starring photomolecules. I don't know.
Easy.
Okay. We
Sure,
probably
a
did
bunch of
that.
science
When
out there
gamers
at
were
once.
oppressed, but
There was
now
a time.
they won't sit back any longer.
They-
Gamer Revolution coming to
are
you
we
this
watching-
summer 2020.
Is that a trailer for Sausage Party?
No, it's for the Gamer Revolution.
I swear that's a trailer for Sausage Party.
No. You need to start like this. In a world where gamers are oppressed, some 5 gamers will rise up against the mob of Sims.
How can you do that so well? You can, like, dude, you're just good at voices. That was really good.
Yeah. Well, I'm pretty good at voices. I kind of got the knack of it. I just kind of like doing it from like watching cartoons when I was younger, especially with Mark Hamill. Mark Hamill, he's like borderline's my inspiration for like most of that stuff.
This might be a subject for a better time, but I've always
okay.
been wanting to get like a few people together to do like silly dubs. It's just fun, you know.
Oh, dude, I've been wanting to get part of those. That'd be funny. That'd be so cool.
Like do the animes or shows that no one will touch, like High School DxD.
Oh.
That is a gamer show. I love that show.
Honestly,
Not gonna
like
lie, I do like it.
have you seen like the dub for My Girlfriend Is a Gal? That is so
No.
freaking hilarious. They're like, oh, let's just do the silliest stuff that we could think of it, and they use like all these modern cliche terms. It's so hilarious because they're like self-aware. So
There's this one. Oh man, we keep going off top. I'm sorry.
okay. Back to first-person shooters. We're in the VR section. Go.
Yes. So, are you guys familiar with a company called Corridor Digital?
Yes. The
Okay.
people who made that one game. They're the fucking I forgot their channel name.
So, they're making this. I think it's still under production. Or no, it's actually on Steam
It's
now.
out.
You can
Yeah.
Or is it out officially?
Yeah, it's out. I know what game you're talking about. I just forgot what it's called.
What's again?
Video game.
Boneworks. That's what it's called.
Oh, you're talking about Boneworks. Okay, I know.
That
Boneworks
is a
is
fantastic, like, representation of what you could do with just first-person VR in general.
Well,
Like,
for me, that what really stands out about Boneworks is because it adds like their own video game logic, their own physics to the game, and like a lot of VR games where you can stick your head through a wall, you can't do in that game because you have a physical body in that game, and I find that so fascinating.
right. Well, one of the really cool things that they do too is like when you go to stab something, the blade actually goes in it, and like your blade can get stuck in the body. Like you might have to pull it out, or like I saw one part that was really cool with the newer iteration where you actually like if the blade got really stuck, you'd have to put your hand on the thing and like use your other hand to pull the sword out or whatever. And they have really unique shooting elements to the game as well. Like sort of it's not just like ragdollish, like things actually respond appropriately because they like video editing and game editing honestly are like very similar to one another. Like you really have to have an understanding of like lighting and physics and stuff. So they've really implemented like, you know, like Call of Duty. Well, I think it's like the newer games. Like there's like actual animations, like death animations. But I don't know if you remember like the older games. Characters would pretty much just like fly fucking across the screen if you like shot them with a shotgun. It'd literally get deleted.
Oh my god, it's so fucking funny though.
I do love Ragdoll. Ragdoll
like
physics are great.
I mean, I like the physics of Breath of the Wild. That I find that pretty funny, you know.
Oh, do they have like ragdollish physics?
Yeah, yes. Like if you drop a bomb, you just see like the goblins flying. It's so hilarious. You do like a lot of time freezing stuff, and you do like a lot of wacky kind of stuff in the game. It's so funny. So
honestly, dude, if normal physics were like that, that would be even more amazing. Like
oh my
your
God.
friend pushes you and you fly like 1,000 yards.
Oh my gosh, that'd be so funny.
Like maximum velocity, you've like reached the speed of light.
So
anyways,
yeah, we were talking about earlier before you got here about how I think one of the main like selling points of VR shooters is definitely like the realism aspect of actually having to like reload your guns and shit.
Oh,
right?
Definitely. Like you have to go through the motions, yeah.
Yeah, because like the thing is that like if you wanted to just play a game where you just like press X to reload or some shit, like you would just play a regular game. Like, and if you really wanted to be immersed, there are shooter games that you know you play regularly that you just put on a VR headset and you're in the game. But,
oh, sorry.
Yeah, but like you're like you don't actually need to use the whole finicky controller thing because right now it's really finicky, but it's a lot of fun from what I see.
Well, like imagine Escape from Tarkov VR. Like that would be absolutely insane. I mean, the game is so finicky by itself already, like just by default. Like there's still like I played it like maybe a couple of months ago on whose account. And I was still getting like stuck on stairs from like clipping into the rail, and I'm like, how this game like that happened to me like a year ago. I'm like, how have they not fixed this sort of stuff?
Yeah, I don't know, man. It's really finicky.
I mean, the game is great, but like I think they're kind of a good example of like rushing out a game that like shouldn't. If someone is buying your game as a product, there shouldn't be things like you falling through a floor or clipping into a door and getting stuck. Like that shouldn't exist. Like that's basic stuff that should have been like hashed out prior.
Well, I kind of feel like a lot of games, especially some first-person shooters, have like a different method of being developed now. They like release a game in a buggy state, and they're like, oh, we're gonna add all these contents as future updates or DLC. I mean, instead of just releasing a full finished game, with no bugs, and then add on the bonus stuff. Like I think like a good game. I know it's a little off topic, but a good game that like sets a really good bar for this is Hollow Knight, because even if you remove the DLC and all that stuff, you still have a really, really good base game. It's complete. There's no bugs, nothing wrong with it, and and they release all the DLC for free. And I think that sets a very good precedent. I mean, even though it's a good indie game, I feel like a lot of AAA developers should learn from these kind of things instead of like doing all these like future update kind of stuff. So,
right. Well, and it's like it's hard with games in general to like if you're gonna go the free to play route, like how are you? The number one question is like how are you gonna make money off of this thing? And there's just so many different avenues to go through. But yeah, man, it's kind of crazy. Like I don't know, I guess me being the older guy here again, like just saying like how shooters and games in general have changed so much from like
why do you keep making yourself sound like such a boomer?
Because he is.
You're only like 24.
I feel like you're the old man in the room with the rock. I feel like you're the old man in the room being like a rock chair, like. In
Back
my
I know
day,
my
in
parents
day-
who like fucking played Duck Hunt, and that was their first shooter. Like, but
we didn't
I don't
have
know.
first
I
person
like
shooters.
had a more earlier experience with. I feel like I add, an older value to, the topic because
Easy.
my introduction was,
My day, we didn't have first person shooters. We
Quake
just got
is
to
the
play Wii
best
Sports.
video game ever.
In my day, we shot real people. We didn't shoot them in video games.
I used to play Duck Hunter.
Is that an
Back in
alternate
my
universe?
day, we actually shot Nancy's, not shoot them on the TV screen.
Oh man, but I'm
My
glad to
day.
be a part of where gaming
All
is.
we
right
had
now.
was a Wii and Wii Sports.
What?
Anyways,
Sorry.
But anyway, if I may get back to my lovely point,
yes, sir.
I think that so far it seems that the best people that make first-person shooters in VR are definitely people who have had like real-life experience with firearms, even if it's just oh, I shoot at the range every once in a while or something like that, right? Or I've at least shot a gun once, because like it's just like, all right, they understand what's going on with it, right? They understand how it works, and now you could get a immersive experience with it. Because in reality, like, oh my god, it's ugly as fuck. But anyway, in reality, let's be honest, the main appeal of it is like, oh, all right, I'm immersed. This is immersive, all right? And if you feel immersed, that's good. That means the game's doing something right. And honestly, with weapons, the best way to be immersed is to, actually have the weapons function as they do in real life. Which, that's why I just think that currently speaking, like, even though arcadey shooters still do have a place, like Robo Recall and other games, right? They're really good. They're a lot of fun, but they also don't really have a staying power, in my mind, at least. Right? Like, you just play them a few times, like, yeah, that's pretty cool. But like something like Hot Dogs, Horseshoes, and Hand Grenades, I swear I'm not sponsored. It's just like, oh, I want to shoot a gun in VR. Let me just head over real quick and chill for like an hour or two. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I totally get you. So I know some first-person arcadey kind of shooters. Like have you ever played Call of Juarez, Gunslinger? So
Yeah.
It's a really good game, but it's very arcadey in the way it feels. And it doesn't really have the staying power as like other games, because you can just like go right through it, without any problemo. So
Yeah, I think it's different when you're talking about like regular like games on like your PC or your fucking Xbox or some shit. Right? I think it's a bit different than that, because the thing is with VR is you aren't really on it for that long, let's be honest. You're probably on it for maybe like an hour or two, maybe 3 hours if you're really having some fun. Like those videos where it's like, I spent 24 hours in VR. Yeah, that's not what the average person does.
no,
Right?
no.
That's
right.
why it's such a spectacle to see somebody spend like 24 hours playing games in VR.
Yeah.
Right? But VR is only meant to be played for like 2 or 3 hours, right? And I don't know, it just, and at least in my opinion, I just think it feels a lot better if it's just like something chill that you just get. It's more of a sandbox, less of a game type of thing in my eyes, at least. Right? Because like if I want to play a game, I'll just play a game.
Yeah.
I don't actually want to like go to VR to play an actual game, because right now playing games in VR is kind of finicky. There's a few games I think are pretty good in VR, like Star Trek Bridge Crew is apparently really good. My
Yeah.
friend enjoys it at least. I play it without VR. It's pretty fun. So I imagine with VR it'd probably be a blast.
Well,
But,
I feel like VR, part of the thing is like the experience, and once you get over the experience, it doesn't have as much staying power as other games,
Yeah. Like
VR,
Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just gonna say. I mean, VR is just like another way to further immerse yourself into whatever it is. If it's a shooter, if it's a, and at the end of the day, like they still have to like. I feel like VR right now is targeting a very niche group of people, especially in the shooter aspect of like kind of how you pointed out, like, oh, I want to be able to like reload the gun and maybe I could accidentally have my safety on or my gun could get jammed, like all of those aspects of it. But like eventually, like if they want it to become more accessible, which essentially just means they can make more games because they're making more money from the consumers, then like they're probably going to have less of that stuff and they're going to focus more on the extent of you're just more immersed into the game itself. Like it's another avenue to consume the product, essentially.
Yeah.
But I think that sort of stuff is really cool, though. Yeah, like being able to sit there and like fiddle with the gun and like it's almost like I think the military is actually starting to. Instead of like they were using, I think, airsoft as to do like war sims and things like that. Like now they want to transition to VR because of how realistic it's getting, and you don't have to worry about someone accidentally getting shot in the eye or bad things that can happen. So
yeah, I get what you mean. Like, I don't think VR, at least not how it is now, will ever be able to really compare to real life. I'm pretty sure we can all agree on that.
Yeah.
Like, I assume eventually in the future it might. Actually, might is kind of. I think it probably will.
It will. They're already working on a VR like full dive technology. There's one company right now that has their product in the alpha version of. It's essentially like you've seen Sword Art Online, right?
Yeah. I literally whenever you said that, I just heard the introduction theme. So right. I was just like, all right. Well,
yeah.
Let's hope that shit happens so I could claim some insurance money.
Well, that's essentially like what they're working on is like that type of full dive VR experience to where it's not just you're looking at a screen that's really close to you and you have these like extensions of your hands that you're working with. Like you're literally just in the game. Like your brain is in the game.
So you mean like CAO levels of stuff, right?
Yeah, Sword Art. Yeah, that the company is they've already have an alpha version that they are looking to test on people in like 2 years.
Oh my gosh, we're screwed. It's gonna be like CAO all over again.
I think Ready Player One has a pretty decent interpretation of like what the future might look like.
I don't know. I think the whole idea of actually having to move while in full dive is kind of stupid.
Yeah.
What do you mean move? Like you wouldn't be moving. It's just your brain is thinking and it's reading.
Not in that show. You actually need to or that movie. You actually need to move, and it's really weird.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. In Ready Player One, yeah. True.
Yeah. To me, that always seemed like really weird because they would have to have like large areas and spaces devoted to these things, and not have like any walls anywhere. Because like say like you're walking around the game and you come across like an open door, but like there's a wall in real life. You couldn't go to that door in the game.
Well, you're on a treadmill system, right? That's like the highest level.
Well, no. You actually see people moving around, like the car scene. They actually get in these car representations in the movie.
So weird.
Yeah, it is an odd way to go about it. SAO is a more realistic way of how you would implement.
Yeah, I think that's the ultimate goal for gaming, to be honest.
I mean, once we get full anime titties in 3D, I mean, that's probably the closest.
That's basically the ultimate goal. Let's be honest.
You can bone your waifu. You can actually bone your wife. Hey, man, that population control. That's a perfect way to, keep the population down. All the weebs will just, we won't need wives.
You can't see me, but I'm rolling my eyes.
Wait, what?
I said you can't see me, but I'm rolling my eyes.
Like, no, don't. No, but I mean, it's all stuff like way in the future. I mean,
Yeah, you better keep Ryan away from those VR waifus.
yeah, Ryan, you're not.
You're
No.
running away from AVR headsets.
You know what I'm waiting for is to like be like mentally put in the video game. Like once you die, you can be put in a virtual world and live forever.
Oh, you
yeah,
mean like that one
Amazon
show
made
where
a
it was
TV
like,
show about that.
well, I like that one show. I think it was like on Amazon where like that could
Yeah.
happen. But the thing is, it was like had like a ton of ads on freaking everything in the world, and it just seemed so funny because I could
That's-
see that happening.
That's so how that would work too, dude. You like go to get a soda and it's like Coca-Cola,
Oh,
Feel
so
the
many ads.
caffeine, and you're like, oh, I just want to fucking. Have
They
a
would somehow find a way to scam the dead. I don't know how you
Yeah.
manage, but they will find out how.
Well, you're paying for like the thing is like how you wouldn't be alive infinitely in this simulation because eventually you're gonna run out of real world funds, and then you're gonna be like stuck
Deleted.
in that 1G area where like you can only be like conscious for like 30 minutes a month.
Would you like
Man.
to buy more life? Get our premium trial today.
Would you like to live longer? That'd be $9.99 plus shipping
Well,
and handling.
It's either that or we'll all turn evil and just be Gladys, you know, from that point on.
Easy.
Yeah. Oh, dude, that would be a really good topic to talk about for sure. Future topic right there.
Yeah, we'll talk about robotic. We'll talk about robots
yeah.
and stuff.
Wait, wasn't it supposed to be about first-person shooters?
Yeah.
We went
Wait,
complete.
Let's
Well,
let's
what
go.
avenues do we
Let's go
go?
to Battlefield 4 before we get off topic talking about VR
Yeah,
again.
yeah. Talk about that. I've never
Well,
played
we
the
weren't
game.
off topic when we were talking about VR because we were talking about VR shooter.
I mean, true, but
Now
like
we're
we
off
were just
topic.
shooting off to like other stuff.
Yeah, Battlefield 4, very good, a lot of fun. Play it on hardcore because that's the best way to play it. Don't even at me.
I
thought Halo was like the best game to play on hardcore. Or like
What game?
legendary. Halo CE.
Oh, yeah, we're talking about multiplayer.
Yeah.
Not only can you play Halo on the hardest difficulty, you can add on the skulls as well to make it even harder.
Yeah.
Because you're a masochist.
Now
I did a full skull run on Halo 3. It took me 3 months. I'm not, you know, I don't regret that.
Now, me coming from Call of Duty to Battlefield 4 was a huge change. I won't lie. Because I was Call of Duty and then I went to Battlefield 4.
I played the first Battlefield, I'll have you know,
Boomer.
and even that game
Bummer.
was very
Bummer.
Actually, that was the first. I actually played the first Battlefield as well, and the second Battlefield is my first Battlefield. Because yeah, I'm a boomer. Well, you have a problem with my boomerisms?
back when it was called Bad Company, you know,
Easy.
and it had an actual story.
Yeah, but I actually played Battlefield 1942 as my first Battlefield game. And then I also played Battlefield 2 literally right after. But, like, because I played it in an internet cafe across from my grandma's house.
Hey. Oh, hey,
Ooh.
someone else who's actually been to an internet cafe. Wow.
Yeah.
I've never been to one of those. I've always wanted to go to one of those just so I can be like, oh, I went to one of those, but I can never find one.
Yeah, it's like literally the only one I could have found in New York ever. And, of course, it was run by Asians. So,
That sounds appropriate.
yeah, that's pretty much how it works. Yeah, the most common game in there, a lot of Asian people went there. I became friends with a few of them, and they would all play.
League of Legends.
No, not League of Legends. Well, yes, League of Legends, but not
StarCraft.
only League of Legends.
StarCraft.
I
They would-
don't actually
they
know if
would
they
all-
had StarCraft. I don't think they did.
They would all play TF2, obviously.
Nah. What's that shit called? It's like the Counter-Strike Source game, but it's not. It's like the Asian market version. The fuck is it called? I don't remember.
Chinese Call of Duty.
Easy.
Oh, I know what game you're talking about. It's online.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know exactly what
That game's a lot of fun.
I used to honestly play the crap out of that game, and then I realized to get the scar, which was what everybody used, you pretty much the only way you could get it was to pay $20 for it. And I was like,
Oh my god, yeah.
no, thank you.
I'm trying to remember what it's called.
Well, we could probably look up here. I'll try to find it. Most popular online FPS. No, I mean like online only. Fuck. Unreal Tournament. Oh, dude, Unreal Tournament's pretty fucking bombing. We would want web-based, right? Web-based FPS?
I don't think it's web-based.
Is it Contract Wars?
Nah, I think that's one of the newer shoot-offs.
Critical Ops. No, Global Strike.
Global Strike.
Global
Oh yeah, they used to play Counter-Strike Next on Zombies a lot too.
I have a friend who's like really insanely obsessed with oh god, what is it? It's like an online COD, but like everything is like square.
COD Online?
Cubed.
Wait. Since this is a first-person shooter thing, we probably should mention GoldenEye because like everybody considers that like the best first-person shooter of all time.
Yeah, probably.
I would not call GoldenEye the GOAT, honestly.
The original state, like getting the cartridge and playing it with the controller, sucks. It does not work. But if you download the ROM and play the one because someone did an emulator where it controls via keyboard and mouse, it is amazing. I played it myself. It was freaking awesome. It was so good. But like in the original state, it just sucks. You're just like, what? This blows. Who does?
I think it's actually CS Online. It might be.
So I don't want to be that guy, but I really honestly do think, without a doubt, if Quake did not happen, first-person shooters would be way behind. Quake, like, literally revolutionized. Quake was the first ever FPS to have, like, dual analog free looking.
Yeah.
Or dual, or, No. Oh, do you guys actually remember Turok?
Oh, yeah. Turok on the N64? Oh, I remember that. That was so cool.
Dude, Turok. Yeah, Turok was actually the first shooter to ever have, honestly, dude, I might change my favorite FPS to Turok because I played countless hours of Turok when I was a kid.
It was really cool. And like, have you read the Turok comic?
I haven't.
Oh, dude, I own that. That was such an awesome comic. It was like the games. In fact, like the games were based off the comic, so it's like really cool. How that connects to like the game.
Yeah, I think it's Counter-Strike Online, by the way. Which all I'm saying is the Asian market knows how to make first-person shooters. I mean, look at the apparent homepage of like the startup screen. There you go.
Oh my gosh, I need to get that.
Okay, what?
Where is it? How do I get that?
Strike Online download.
Yeah.
You could probably get it, to be honest. Yeah, and that's one of the characters of Counter-Strike Online too.
Counter-Strike Online.in. Okay. All right. Let me. Oh, dude. All right. Let me get this. Oh, this is a virus website.
That was darn Japanese.
Yeah, I think it's shut down. I'm not gonna lie.
Damn it. I mean, good. I mean, damn it. I'm too conflicted.
Oh my gosh. I
Damn,
mean,
how am I supposed to get my weird ass guns and waifus? What the fuck?
Fucking, I guess I'll have to play
Wait,
League of Legends.
wait. We can play the Tank online game. That's so.
Tank
The
Online.
Tank Girl game. They made a game.
Oh, yeah. Dude, I tried to watch the fucking anime, and I literally got halfway through the first episode, and I was like, no.
If we want to go like weird anime, have you seen like the one where like there's these anime girls and they turn into soda cans of all things?
What are you
Oh my
talking about?
I know what you're talking about.
Is pure amazement. I have watched it. It's like so weird. You know, it felt like I was smoking weed, but I wasn't. So
All right, back on topic. God.
So I actually did a thesis of the history of gaming in my English class in college. I'll have you know. And fun fact. More of a question. Do you know what the first ever official shooter was? Like ever?
Legend of Zelda: Ocarina of Time. Obviously,
No, wrong.
you could go to first person and shoot the bow. No.
You're
You
talking
might
about like
be surprised.
talking about the first shooter or the one
First
the first shooter that
ever
actually
shooter.
matters?
The first ever shooter ever made.
Nah, that's a tough one. I think I know which one it is. I just don't know the name.
Starts with an A. It was made
Amnesia,
by
the Dark
Harvard.
Descent.
It was made by Harvard University. The Harvard University's tech department.
Action shooter man.
Asteroid.
Oh, Asteroid, really?
Asteroid.
Oh yeah, I guess Asteroid is a shooter.
It
Oh,
is.
yeah.
In fact, it is technically an FPS. Made by Harvard. Let's see here.
The earliest documented first-person shooter video games are Maze War and Spasm.
Wait, hold on. I type in asteroid made by Harvard, and the first thing that comes up is "Have aliens found us?" An interview with the Harvard University scientific department.
I mean, there's the
Found us.
UFO thing that was
Aliens!
released by the Pentagon.
Was
Was it
like
called
what I
Asteroid
found
Race?
in my research, which is mainly Wikipedia, is the earliest two documented first-person shooter games are Maze War and Spasm. Maze War was originally developed in 1973 by Greg
Imagine
Thompson,
naming your game Spasm.
a high school student in NASA. Oh my gosh, help visualize fluid dynamics for spacecraft design. See, there you go. First-person shooters were invented by NASA. There you go. Fun fact.
Way to go, NASA. I can't find the name of it, but I don't know. I did a lot of research on it, but I mean that what you're looking at might be more accurate because more research.
Well, I mean, it's on Wikipedia, so take it or leave it.
I had a whole college. All right, I'm gonna shut up now.
Okay. it's all right, dude. Goodness.
No, but I don't know if anybody's asked this, but what is your most anticipated in FPS? It's coming out. It hasn't come out yet, but it is coming out.
Let me see.
Am I allowed to say Cyberpunk?
Yes, you are. allowed to say
Cyberpunk.
Cyberpunk.
Yeah, then Cyberpunk.
Damn it.
Let me think.
But if you pressed me not to say Cyberpunk,
Please don't say Call of Duty.
no.
The next god.
I would say mine would be probably Outer Worlds or Atomic Heart.
But Outer Worlds already came out.
Outer Wilds. Sorry.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it's a
I missaid it is Outer Wilds. It's a space. There is time loop thing. I like Groundhog's Day, so that interests me. So
there's this one game coming out by the people who made Rising Storm 2 where it's a Cold War shooter. I kind of want to see where that's going. That one sounds pretty cool, yeah. But also Ready or Not sounds like it might be pretty cool if you guys ever heard of that.
Wait. Yeah, one game I'm very anticipated on is the guys who did Dishonored, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, they're doing like a first-person shooter where it's like a time thing, and there's like a lady and a guy, and they fight each other, and they're in time loop, and like the guy wants to end it, and the lady wants it to keep going or whatever. So it looks very interesting, and everybody's self-aware that they're stuck inside a time loop. I forget what it's called, but made by the same devs who did Dishonored. So
That sounds pretty interesting. I don't know. I'm like always really iffy about anything dealing with time or time travel.
it is pretty cool looking.
But have you heard of Star Citizen?
Oh yeah, they're making a first-person shooter thing, aren't they? Like a Battlefield type shit.
Well, Star Citizen isn't necessarily like specifically an FPS. I mean, it's like a
It's mostly a space.
MMORPG. I don't know how it's rated E for everyone because it's definitely not E for everyone. But,
Okay.
It's in pre-beta or whatever. Like you can buy the game right now and play it if your graphics card processor.
Okay, I found the game's name I was talking about. It's called Deathloop. Here is the trailer if you want to watch it. It looks pretty great. I want to see it whenever it comes out. I mean, who knows at this point if it will come out because of things. But anyway.
Metal Waltz, anime tank girls, easy.
Best ideas.
All right, immediately, right at the opening sequence, that looks real. Like that actually looks believably real as it comes in. Wow.
Oh wow, it does.
I mean,
I've seen this.
Wow, that part with the spaceship hanging there, that's really well detailed. Or I don't know what that is. It looks like a spaceship of some kind on the ring. So
Honestly,
Groundhog's Day meets video game.
honestly, I'm
The graphics are very impressive. Like if that's the actual in-game graphics or anywhere close, that's very impressive.
Yeah. Well, I'm expecting it'll probably be on like PS5 and Xbox Series X or whatever, like utilize those graphics or whatever. But anyway.
Oh, awkward silence.
Okay, no, okay.
I'm just watching this trailer. I've watched it before. It's pretty coolio.
Yeah.
This is the first time I've seen it.
Well, I think it looks interesting, and it's like one of the few upcoming ones I could say looks very promising, and I would actually like to play, because Arcane is known for like their quality of like their games. You would like their lesser games.
I wouldn't call it promising. There's nothing really to go off of besides the pedigree of the studio.
Well, yeah. Well, I mean, I just like time loops in general. I mean, I freaking love Groundhog Day, and just like that, but with guns seems pretty cool,
Stanley Parable is almost kind of like a time loop-ish type game.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I had a lot of fun with that.
Where is
It'll be interesting to see how this game actually, like, is it a story game? Like, I'm not really sure if it's the storyline, if it's like a 1v1 scenario. I don't really know how it looks like it'll play out, but it's an interesting teaser trailer.
I feel like they'll probably have like two sides of the story, since there's a guy and a girl. You can probably choose which one to play as in the beginning. You'll see the guy's side of the story, and if you play as a girl, you'll see her side of the story.
I think it might be some sort of. I remember hearing about this, that some people were talking about this before, where it might be like sort of like a PvP type thing, but instead of like you fighting each other, you're both trying to finish your storyline before the other person to beat them.
Okay.
So speed running against someone, basically.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I think that might be interesting. I don't know.
Well,
I want to see actual gameplay before I make a decision.
yeah. I mean, that's just like the cinematic trailer. We need an actual gameplay trailer.
I think another FPS that a lot of people have been sleeping on is this one where like everything is really fleshy.
Yes, Dune, easy.
No.
Oh, is that the one where you're like in the depths of hell or whatever?
No, you like arrive on an alien planet and like literally everything is made of flesh, like fleshy looking material. Scorn. Scorn looks like it might be sort of a revolutionary type. I mean, it's like a horror FPS, but it's definitely an FPS.
I think I know what you're talking about.
Survival horror first-person shooter adventure game. Wow, that's a genre and a half. But it's been pushed back because of obvious reasons. It was supposed to come out this year. Well, actually, I think it was supposed to come out last year, but they were having issues with the game engine, and then because it's Unreal 4.
Oh.
Which I know a lot of people have had problems with.
Yeah, I don't know what it's about. If you want to send like a trailer or something into the chat or like gameplay, that'd be pretty dank.
Yeah, it's a very odd looking game. And see, I like that game companies are willing to like, let's make something really weird, like gosh, what is it called? What's that game where you play as the guy from what is that zombie show? No, what's that zombie show that's filmed in Atlanta?
The Walking Dead.
Walking Dead.
Yeah, he plays the main guy from Walking, or not one of the main guys, but he plays this dude from Walking Dead, and you're like, when you get touched by rain, like these weird giant tentacles.
Oh, Death Stranding.
Yeah, Death Stranding. Like that game is really unique. Like, they really took a risk. Well, that's Miyazaki. He didn't really take a risk, or not Miyazaki, but
Hideo Kojima.
Yeah, Kojima. Personally, the game doesn't look very appealing to me because
Walking Simulator 2020.
Yeah. You know, like in games like Breath of the Wild, they make exploring fun and they make climbing things good. You know, because the controls are well. And with stuff in Death Stranding, I think it kind of falls flat. You know, on that thing because you have a lot of rough terrain, but you're kind of a tank. You know, you can't really walk around and move around very well. You know, and that kind of thing.
It just depends on how much gear. Like I watched somebody play through like the ideal scenario and like it's very smooth. Like it's really just people being super greedy and carrying way too much shit that they shouldn't be carrying. Like a lot of people just don't know how to play the game properly, I feel like. And that's I think it's kind of great about the game because it's like people get really hard-headed and like I watched XQC play through the game and it was like literally like every ounce of my body was like fucking tensing. I'm just like, dude, try something different for once. And it's like, so I feel like that game's all about like how you want to approach.
All right, guys, I'll be right back. I'm gonna eat some food, but I'll keep the stream going. I'll just mute myself.
All right. But yeah, Scorn looks really interesting to me because it reminds me of this one shooter where you get like abducted by aliens. And you're like on this alien spaceship, and you're like a Native American guy. And
I know what you're talking about.
Whoa! Are you talking about freaking Prey?
That might be Prey.
Yeah, the OG Prey. My brother was, even though that's like not available on Steam, my brother somehow, the mad lad he is, he found like a Steam code online. Someone was selling it, and he bought it. So he now has the OG game on Steam, and he says it's really good. Like he's played through it. He loves it. And he even has the new one, and he says it's really weird because the new one doesn't really match the old one aesthetically wise, you know. And they were gonna have like a sequel for it that looked really, really dope because it was like freaking Cowboy Bounty Hunter. You're gonna be playing as a space cowboy bounty hunter, but then that got canceled. So
Yeah, that's another really like unique sort of like out there type shooter game that you just like really wouldn't expect somebody to make. Like there's nothing that really compares to that. I guess Scorn is about as close as I could say, but
Yeah.
the trailer
yeah.
I sent you isn't really great because it doesn't really show anything that's going on for Scorn. But
I mean, it looks pretty. That's
Yeah,
pretty
it-
coolio.
I mean, it
But-
looks nice.
But yeah, I think an issue that at least an issue that I find is that a lot of people are like, the game looks pretty, so it's good. Like,
Yeah.
I mean, you could like a game because it looks pretty. I don't really think that's really what's the main priority. Like, granted, I also don't say necessarily that it doesn't matter about the graphics, that the gameplay only matters, because I'd be lying.
I feel
Right.
like it needs to be a mix of both because if you go too far on one and then leave out the other, then you would have a kind of a not too good game. Because
right.
well, what's a good example? I'm trying to think of one recently.
Mm,
There was one game.
Metal Gear Survive, it looks kind of pretty.
Yes.
But
Yeah. It looks
bad.
interesting, but it's bad. So
Well, I think for this game, like obviously, like with the teaser, like you really don't get much, but they've released a lot more information about like what the storyline is like at least the initial premise, and essentially you're part of a planetary sort of evaluation group of humanity, where like you're the first people who go to check a planet out that looks like we know that it's survivable. And so you're like the scout reconnaissance group, and you arrive there, and like immediately things are like fucked. Like I think you like crash on the planet, and then like you're the sole survivor, and you find this fleshy looking temple, and you're like, well, there's technology here. Like I might as well go in here and see if I can find a way to get the fuck off of this thing, or like stop whatever species is in it. And it just goes from like fucked to more fucked to even more fucked. And so it's kind of like that Doom aspect, I guess, of like but Doom, you're not really so screwed, like you're super overpowered kind of. But this is like more like what would happen if you were screwed totally.
Yeah, I hope it also doesn't fall into the trap that that one game had, Agony, that horror game, where literally the only appeal it had once you actually got your hands on the game was it's edgy as fuck.
man, I hate
Like-
I hate those games that are like really uber edgy. I feel like it's kind of needless at the end of
But
the
I
day.
think your game could be edgy as fuck if you want. Like Dark Souls and fucking
Oh, Demon
And-
Souls, nice.
yeah, like they're like Dark Souls, Demon Souls, and Bloodborne are all edgy as all hell.
But-
But like they're actually really good games.
Good
Yeah.
games,
Well,
though.
like that.
But
Those
are
games
they?
back them up with like the gameplay and the story. Because you can be like, oh wow, Doom is edgy, but it's a fun game at the end of the day, and so is Dark Souls once you get past the difficulty. Once you learn how to
Yeah.
play it. But games
Like
like
the thing is like I'm hoping it's not like Agony, because the thing with Agony is that Agony, everyone's like, wow, it's really fucked up. It's literally
Yeah.
it's like a Dante's Inferno interpretation of hell.
honestly, at the end of the day,
And
I
there's
just felt
demon
like,
titties, and oh my god, that's edgy. There's nudity in my video game, but there's also blood and guts in the same scene. What the fuck is going on? And it's just like, oh wait, the game's bad.
Yeah. I mean, I just feel like those sorts of games are just built for like reactions and reaction channels. Like, oh wow, look, there's nudity and blood. Never seen
Well,
those in games.
I just think horror games in general are built for reaction channels.
Well, I mean, at the end of the day, you have like a vision of what you want a game to be, and then you have a release timeline. So
Yeah.
you know, there's probably a lot of stuff they wanted to include in that game that they just didn't have the time for, and it ended up being a botched game. Like, there's a lot of games that just end up really botched. Like, as much as I really like the premise of Star Citizen, like what they're promising is so far fetched, it's not even funny.
Oh my
Well,
god!
But
Yeah.
if it turns out to be what they promise, it could be one of the best video games ever designed in the history
Well,
of video games.
I feel like a good example for that would be like you know No Man's Sky, right? You know what happened
Yeah.
with that, right? You know, they made a lot of promises, you know, and they couldn't keep up those promises, and therefore the game, well, was kind of shallow and didn't really do that well. But then later on, they added a lot of stuff that they promised, and you know what? Now, if you play the game, it's a good game. You know, not the best, but it's playable. It's decent. You know.
Oh yeah, yeah. Or like, I guess a really botched game would be Tom Clancy's Divergence. Yeah, that's.
Yeah.
That game got botched.
A game is what we call a bit of an F in the chat.
Or honestly,
Yeah.
like what they promised for Destiny versus what Destiny actually was, is like not what they promised at all.
Yeah, I felt like Destiny got pretty botched. Reminds me of the other day I was walking into like one of those used video game stores and I saw it for $2 and I just had to buy it because I wanted it on my shelf and be like, yeah, I have the one of the biggest letdowns in history on my shelf.
I mean, at the
It
end of
doesn't
the
even
day,
work.
it's still a functionally good game. Like I really enjoy Destiny too, but it's just not what they promised. So I think when it comes down to stuff like that, where you want an extremely expansive system, Star Citizen is actually the way to go. Because when you go to buy the game, they give you like 3 warnings. Like, this is not the full game. Like, we're making a lot of promises. We're not guaranteeing anything. You're paying full price for a game that may end up being dropped in a month or a week. Like, we might pull the whole game entirely. Like, are you sure you want to pay for this? Like, they're not like falsely promising things. Like, they're making it very abundantly obvious to you that the game may never get finished and they may eventually even pull the servers and you may never be able to play the game again.
Well,
Like,
I like that with some developer where there's like a lot of clarity in like what they do. And I know this may not pertain to this, but like one game I've actually supported, you know, and I'm actually in the credits of the game if you like look at it right now. What's called Heartbound. It's like an RPG, you know, kind of like in the vein of Undertale / Mother 3. And I supported the game, and what the developers do, and I really like this, is that they stream all their work on like Twitch, you know, so like people can't be like, oh, you're not programming. They can show like the progress, you know, and show that, hey, we are working, you know, even if the game comes out a little later than what we promised, we can at least show we are doing work on it. We're trying to continually make it better, and then we're releasing it in parts, you know. And I really like that. And I really like that about those devs, you know, they're very honest and they're very open about what they do. Even though the game was supposed to come out in 2018, so I don't know where it's. I know they're doing work on it, but I think it's probably gonna be like one of those 5-year games. But anyway,
yeah, I mean, shoot, dude. Sometimes it's just really like, and I think it kind of comes back to what we were talking about before, of like where these AAA companies are releasing a new game every year, or like the next, anyways, well, the next like big hit. It's like that stuff takes time to do. Like, you're not going to release a hit in a year. Like, you're going to need to spend that 4 to 5 to 6 years. And like, sometimes it doesn't work out. Cough, cough. Gosh, well, dude, I'm losing so much of what I'm trying to say. Where's the game where the guy's like, I want to kick ass and chew bubblegum?
Oh, Duke Nukem.
Duke
Yeah,
Nukem.
Duke Nukem.
The new Duke Nukem was absolutely awful, and they spent like 12 years making the game. Sometimes you just need to release it in the engine that it's on and whatever. So, but at the end of the day, man, I guess as long as the game is fun or whatever, I guess that's the premise. It doesn't have to be this huge, super amazing thing. Like I'm honestly worried about whatever 2027 Cyberpunk 2027.
Oh, 2077.
Oh, 2077. Yeah, I'm like really worried about that game. I mean, so far it looks great, but
I mean, it looks great, but I'm probably not gonna play it because it kind of goes into the NC-18 area, and I don't really screw around that area. So,
what do you mean by NC-18?
oh, okay. They're gonna have it where you can like do like freaking full-on sex, and you can like walk into sex stores, and it's like really hardcore, and it seems a little bit too hardcore for me, you know. And
Yeah, but like you don't have to do that.
You're a vanilla.
I know you don't
boy.
have to, but you know, it just seems a little bit too much for like my taste, you know.
But the whole time you could have been just a super nerd, fucking hacking into mainframes and shit.
I mean, and plus, I doubt it will run on anything I have, considering all I got is a PC, a Wii, and a Switch Lite. So, no.
I mean, you know, you might need to update your PC severely, but
Potato PC, man.
oof.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah. But anyway,
No,
that's just my opinion on it.
I don't know. I think the game. I think that's one of those games where if they deliver anything close to what they're promising, like it will literally open up a new age of gaming. But we're not going to know until the game comes out. At the end of the day, we're just not going to know. And I think a big problem with it is that these game companies are promising all this stuff, and then it's like 3 months after they unveil the teaser of the game, and they've been 2 years working into a game that's supposed to release in 10 years or whatever. You could already pre-order it. Like that's a big problem, not just with FPSs, but like games in general. It's like, think about it. If you were doing any task, right, like any job at all, and you were paid a huge sum of money in advance, like, wouldn't you slack on the job if even like stop working?
Yeah. Well, I find pre-orders like that very bad, and I prefer like the way that indie developers do some games. Like let's take Bendy and the Ink Machine. You know, the way they released that game. I mean they released it in chapters, and they gave you actual updates. You know, so like you can actually pay for like the chapters that come out, or like pay for all of them in advance. So you can like do it gradually, and I like that. You know, and I feel like the same could be said of like the Halo trilogy on PC. You know, you like.
Right. Well, I mean,
options like that.
I think it's kind of different with certain things because like obviously they've already released certain versions of Halo on PC. So
yeah.
And I mean, although 343 is not Bungie, okay.
Yeah.
They still really do care about the game. Like I think a lot of people don't know that 80% of the people who worked on the original Halo are still at 343. They did not continue with Bungie. They were like, we're going to have to part ways. Like, we want Halo is our legacy, like our child. Like, so they did not want Halo fucked up. So they really do care about the game. But, like, I guess what I'm looking more at is it's like this, 2-shot or 3-shot company, or like the company that's making Star Citizen. I've never heard of before. Like I think Star Citizen is literally the first video game they've ever decided to work on. You can't really trust a company like that. It's early access indie development. I hate stuff like that because it's like 9 out of 10 times that guy is he's gonna work on the game for a good while in the early stage of the game, and then they're just gonna rush through the rest of the game, and you're gonna get halfway through the game and it's gonna suck balls.
Well, you mean like just run off of Patreon thumbbucks and lies, you know? I mean, I think some indie devs do that, but others, are like very passionate about the games. Like Toby Fox, like all the people that supported their game got a full experience at the end of the day, and got their money made back to them, But other new indie devs, I feel like a good amount like do that, They're just like forever in the workshop, except for like a few good exceptions, like Shovel Knight or whatever. So.
Right. Well, and it's hard to sort through the people who are legitimately trying to take advantage of things like early access, and then the people who are using early access so that they can, it's 3 guys or 1 dude working on a game, and they're spending literally like more than your average worker time. They're spending like 6 or not 6, but they're spending like 10 to 12 hours a day working on this thing nonstop.
Yeah.
You can't work a job and do that. Like, you need support. So
yeah.
Early access is great for some people, or pre-ordering is great for some companies, but like 9 out of 10 times people are just abusing it.
Yeah, and like sometimes I feel like I'm getting into like this sort of habit. I wait for like the game to come out at early access, and then I get it after
shit,
like
I
I
was
see like
right.
it's,
Okay,
what's up?
Never mind. Go on.
Well, sometimes like a lot of the games, I just wait for them to get out early access, and then I buy them once like people give like a full review for like the completed game, and say, oh yeah, this game is good,
Right.
like a game that would like count after that is like Black Mesa, like even though it was like it's like a remake of like Half-Life, I was waiting for like the full version to come out. That way I could be like, oh yeah, this is fully complete. It's not just gonna be forever in the workshop. I mean, unless like they're like a star developer, like say Hades, right? It's like a game made by a Super Red Giant.
I think I've heard of it.
Yeah. Well, it looks really good, but it's in early access, and like it's one of the few exceptions I would actually buy because I know the developers and they are like quality, great developers because I've freaking played their other 2 games and they're awesome, and you can really tell that they put a lot of time and polish into their games. But other developers, I feel like there's a game that's like a Pokemon type, but it's like an MMO. What is it called? Freaking I have it on my wish list. Give me a sec. Temtem. It's made by a new indie dev, and it's in early access. It costs like $35 to download it, and they haven't even completed the ending. That's like the one that I wait for it to finish up because they haven't even finished the ending of the game yet. Why should I pay $34 for an incomplete game that I don't know when it will be fully released?
Right, or if it will ever be fully released.
Yeah, if it ever releases, because I don't know about the developer. They have no background. But like with Super Red Giant Games, I know them. They put polish, they put time. It might take a little bit of time, but they will release a fully complete project. But like solo indie devs, I don't know. So,
and I think it comes down to like Steam's responsibility when it comes to early access and game companies being held accountable for, and it's a really hard line to walk of like, were you actually lied to? Like, were you promised a false thing? Or did it just not come to fruition in your eyes? It's really hard to determine if that's the case. But like, for sure, Steam should have things in place, and it doesn't. Yeah. Like, it says immediately on any early access page, Steam is not responsible for this developer. And it's like, so what's the incentive of me to trust the dev that they're going to finish when you literally say all over the page, like, they can pull the game at any time. You may not be able to play a completed game. It's like, why would you allow that?
I feel like some of these games that are early access mode or like whatever, I feel like there should be like a time limit or something. Like, hey, the dev, it should be like out of early access over like this period of time. Like, oh, over 3 years. Like, if like your game goes past. I'll be like, hey, if you don't release the full thing, we're gonna freaking remove you, from Steam because a lot of people are complaining, and you aren't releasing a full game. I feel like at some point some devs should be like that, or like some devs should not release it into early access until they have like a fully finished product.
Do you know what I think?
Yeah,
I think that what they should do, right, is they should make it. There's 2 things that they could do. One, they can make it where they are contractually obligated to finish their game, right? They're either they finish it or they need to sell it off to another company to finish it, right?
Okay, that's
either that or if you end up bankrupt, because obviously they can't finish the game if they're bankrupt, which I mean, fair enough.
Well, and
Right.
I would say if they don't meet one of those 2 requirements and they don't finish the game, you shouldn't be allowed a full refund, but maybe like half of what you
Yeah.
Partial refund.
because essentially what early access is you are investing into, you're making the conscious decision to invest into a product at the end of the day.
Yeah.
I mean, you're not going to
Well-
get your stock return investments back if your investment goes wrong. Like,
Yeah.
you might have a minimum guaranteed return of investment, but that's something that maybe they should employ with these developers, because then you won't have people who want to scam people because they're like, oh shit, at the end of the day, I'm still going to have to return, 20% of what they've paid for.
Well, I feel like that's a very, very good point, and sometimes some indie devs, it just comes down to trust, like with that one game I invested into, I feel like the devs can actually pull it off because the devs seem trustworthy. And other devs, I don't know a darn thing about them. I haven't really talked to them, because the cool thing about them being on Twitch is you can comment, you can have a little chat with them. You talk to them person to person. Some devs, they just close themselves off and you can't talk to them. You can't
Right.
know what they're like, and other devs you can. But
Yeah,
Like-
man, it's also intricate. It's wild. Like, I'm really interested to see like where this stuff is going to be at even in the next like 5 years.
yeah, I mean, like the nicest devs I've like interacted with, like there's like 2, it'd be that Heartbound game, and surprisingly enough, the Bendy's Ink Machine, your opinion on the game, whether you find it cringy or not, the devs are freaking nice, because like when I used to be into game, I actually emailed them if there was gonna be like a console port. They actually told me, yo, we're gonna be releasing a console port. Like apparently part of their like development on like the last chapter was actually partially done to port it over to consoles, because they actually hired a company to port it over. And I can like pull up the email and like show you. It was like really cool, like talking with them. They're like, yes, we're
That's really neat,
releasing
yeah.
like ports to other consoles. I'm like, wow, you just released that information nonchalantly. Like, wow, that's such a nice thing to do. Give me some reassurance in the game. I mean, granted, I haven't invested any money, but it was very nice of them to like give me that info.
Interesting. Yeah, sorry, I was doing something. Yeah, anyway, I have a second idea, which I think is fair enough.
Okay.
Since it's an early access, right? I think honestly what they should do
Yeah.
is they should have it where it's free at first, right? People could jump in, check it
Yeah.
out, right? And then
Yeah.
what they do is they have a thing, right, where it says, like, whenever you close the game, it says, do you feel that this game is worth being paid for? Right? And
Right.
then people will click either yes, I think this game is worth being paid for, or no, this game isn't worth being paid for.
Yeah.
Right? And then what'll happen is once enough percentage of the people say yes, it's worth being paid for, 60%, or let's be generous, say
Mhm.
yes, then they're allowed to sell it for money, right?
Right.
Or and during the time, if people really want to support the developers, you have other sources like Patreon, right?
Yeah.
Or if Steam really wanted to, they could have a thing where you could donate to the developer through Steam.
Yeah.
I think that would be pretty fair because it's an early access game, right? So the thing is, I assume this isn't going to be the final product. So there's
Yeah.
still going to be an appeal for to buy the actual game once it comes out, especially if it's good, right? But also, you don't want people to be completely scammed with lies,
Yeah.
right? Or to get scammed where they build a game halfway through and then they're like, "Hey, Lamau, that's it. Nah, I'm good. We're ending it here."
Yeah. I feel like there needs to be a lot more openness with a lot of these indie devs.
So, but yeah, I think that's really fair if you ask.
Yeah, I think that's a really good idea. I mean, I've seen a lot of these A lot of demos kind of do a similar thing, and I feel like maybe a lot of these early access games should do a similar kind of thing, to that, let people have like a chance to actually play it.
And I do think that it is indeed fair to say, okay, but this is how people get their money, right? To actually fund the game. So I think after a certain point, after maybe like 6 months or a year, basically it's just like, all right, they can sell it for money at this point anyway, right?
Yeah.
Even if people don't think it's worth selling, because enough people have seen the game to be able to actually, give reviews on it and say, nah, this game's pretty trash, or yeah, this game's worth buying, So
Oh,
it's
okay.
not just, oh, okay, people could just cheese the system by always clicking, no, it's not worth paying for, and then until they actually release it, they basically get the game for free, right? Because, yeah, that would indeed be an issue. But I don't know, because to be fair, it's also kind of a trust system. You kind of need to trust your lovely, lovely consumer base, which will probably not be honest, to be fair.
Yeah.
Right? I wouldn't exactly vote to have to pay for something necessarily, unless I actually thought it was genuinely worth buying.
Yeah.
But I don't know. That's just an idea. I kind of just had to do with shooters, and now it's just like, nah, we're just going to talk about games in general.
Well, it's all right. Well, when Ryan comes back, we can go right back to topic. So, it's all right for me. So,
hey, at least if like 1 out of 3 people are watching, they can enjoy this. Just
yeah. Too bad on YouTube we got no views on the last stream. I went on YouTube. I was like, oh, what's our last stream like at? I'm like, oh, 0. Oh, dang.
unfortunate.
Unfortunate.
Well, to be fair, I guess this is just for fun anyway.
Yeah. It's not like we're doing like we're doing the H3 podcast, or whatever. So
It'd be cool to do it one day, but
it
right
would.
now, I don't really
would.
think it's much of an issue.
Nah, it's not. And plus, we're probably gonna say some embarrassing stuff anyway. So best if no one
What
watched.
you mean? It's not embarrassing. I just like my waifus.
Yeah, it's not embarrassing. Years from now, we'll probably be cringing. But anyway, probably.
Whoever said cringe is bad.
Yeah. Wow, I did not know this. I was curious, so I looked up like the actress that like apparently Portal 2, the character design of Chell, they got from real actress. So, and she did like a lot of the motion capture for like the character, and apparently she voiced someone in Smash Brothers Brawl. Apparently, I did not know that.
Not surprised.
Not surprised either. She was apparently a couple of commercials, and then Gloria. Jesus. Okay, that's so weird. I'm going down a different trail. So, what new games have you been playing lately?
I've been playing the Hunt Showdown, which is indeed a first-person shooter. So back on topic. It's a lot of fun. It's sort of like a battle royale, sort of not like a battle royale. Like, because the thing is it's PV. Ouch. I was just playing Terraria, and I just had a boulder dropped on my head.
Well, I noticed that, so I can't figure.
But yeah, basically it's like a PvE v P, right? Where you fight like AI and you fight people. And the entire part of the game is that you're like bounty hunters, right? But you don't hunt people. You hunt like these like fucking Lovecraftian looking ass monsters, right? In like the swamps of like Florida or some shit. Just average Florida man shit, right? You grab your little fucking shotgun and you go and hunt some fucking demons or some shit.
That sounds pretty fun. Have you heard about like the new game GTFO or whatever?
Yeah, I have it.
Man,
Yeah.
I want to get that once it gets out early access or whatever. I mean, like you play it. Is it like really really good or like I mean I've seen YouTubers play it.
I don't think it's bad. I just haven't played it too much. My friends really like it. I'm just alright with it. I just play it because they play it, and it's kind of fun to play with them. But I don't know if I'd quite call it worth buying yet.
Well, I'm just waiting for it to like jump out of early access because it looks like to me like there's a lot of work to be done with it, and I like the concept. And I think the game looks really really cool, but I want to wait for it to jump out of that early access window. So
Yeah, I kind of get what you mean.
because it looked like something that would be really fun, like to play on like a better PC than mine. So I'm waiting to get a better PC as well. So and I think it'd be really fun to play with like Ryan and like the rest of the gang. So
Yeah, I get what you mean.
yeah. I mean, I'm totally game for that. So, but anyway, let me think. What's other first person shooters that we can talk about? Oh yeah, have you played Republic Commandos?
Oh my god, I love Republic Commandos.
Oh, it looks so cool. I need to finish playing that. I got like a mod to where like the textures are in HD and like where it doesn't do like the 4x3 where it's like full screen. So
Yeah. I know what mod you're talking about.
yeah. I'm modded. It looks way better like modded. I wish like they like one of the games I wish they could like do an HD remake or maybe a sequel would be like that. That could use it so much. It would be so cool,
Yeah,
I
that
mean-
would be kind of litty, as the kids say.
I mean, they were going to do a sequel, but then it got canceled for like Fortune at least 2, and I feel like it'd be really great if they came back to it. If they had like the original devs come back and like do a proper sequel, on like modern consoles. That'd be so great, But anyway, we need more. We need more Star Wars first-person games.
You need
We
more
need more.
Star Wars shooters.
Oh yeah, we
That
need more.
isn't Battlefront.
Yeah, that isn't Battlefront. Oh my
Like,
gosh.
I really like Battlefront 2 original. I've been playing it a lot more because Coconut is like, yo, play it. Here's mods, play it. I'm just like, alright.
I recently got it and I got all the mods set up too, so it looks really really good. I play it with like a Ryan on like that one stream or whatever. If you watched it, it's really fun.
Oh, yeah. I imagine you have the mod pack that Coconut made. Did he give you a mod pack and tell you how to download it?
Oh, so that's what that was. Okay, I need to download that. I didn't
Like
get that.
the add-on folder thing.
Yeah, I got the add-on folder and whatnot.
Yeah,
so-
that's like a mod pack that my friend Coconut made, and he's basically a Battlefront fanatic. So he's basically like, okay, here's a bunch of good mods.
Well,
I can walk you through that later if you want. 'Cause I
Okay,
downloaded it too.
oh dang. Well, what I downloaded was like all the stuff that Ryan put out. I got like the HD interface, and then like all the maps they pasted on there. I got all those as well. So it's really great. So
Oh, alright.
Question for you guys.
Yeah.
Super off topic, but have you
Okay.
ever had glazed bacon?
Glazed bacon? No, but
No.
it sounds great.
no, I've only had.
dude.
Sounds very
I've-
American.
Yeah. It sounds like you dipped it in a deep fryer again.
It's actually very Canadian.
Oh, is it like maple glazed bacon?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I think I know what you're talking about. I
So
think
the
I've had that, like,
original,
once.
the original idea, right, is here's the recipe, right? It's like you do your bacon, and then you do half a cup of brown sugar, and then you do tablespoon of Dijon mustard. Here's what I do: I do a tablespoon of butter, a tablespoon of maple syrup, and then the half a cup of brown sugar. And dude, it's so good. You put it in the oven. You bake it in the oven, dude, and it's like it just all soaks in, bro. It's so fucking bomb.
That sounds pretty great.
That sounds really good.
Yeah, my Canadian friend showed it to me because he's like, I don't know if you know about the Canadian stereotype, and I was like, no. He's like, we do put maple syrup on literally everything, and I was like, dude, yes. So he was like, we put maple syrup on our bacon. They put ketchup on almost everything too. He'd put like ketchup in his mashed potatoes.
Oh my gosh.
He'd also
Really?
put ketchup on his mac and cheese.
Oh, ketchup on mac and cheese is actually pretty alright.
Ketchup
I
on
don't really eat
rice.
it too often, but
Oh,
I've had it
that
before.
remind me like an episode of Arthur where they were like spoofing like what is it, Surfer Dudes? Like they put ketchup on everything. It was like
Yeah.
I remember that.
Now he'd put ketchup on his eggs, which I don't know if you've ever had, but ketchup on your eggs
Oh,
is
yeah.
actually pretty good.
Sounds kind of gross.
Ketchup on-
I've
Fuck with
never-
ketchup on eggs.
Oh my gosh, you're back.
Welcome back, sweetheart. Big honey.
Yeah, I'm back.
We
Big
missed ya.
I missed you, master.
We missed ya.
So what I
Hi,
miss?
Dad. What?
So what I miss?
We were talking.
We
were
went off topic for like
Yeah.
a while.
We
and then
were
we
talking
got
about
back.
early access games.
I'm
and-
making maple
Indie
glazed
Devs.
bacon.
Yeah, and then we recently got into maple glazed bacon. So we went off really off topic. So sorry.
Which, if you've never had, is amazing, and you should make it. It takes like 40 minutes to make this bacon, but it will be the best bacon you've ever had in your life.
The best bacon in your life.
The best bacon in your life, guaranteed,
Oh.
hands down.
You know what's really good? Have you ever had deer venison like cooked properly?
Yes, dude.
Oh my gosh!
Oh
my
God.
uncle Wade, he came by like a month or so ago, and he made like he knows how to properly cook venison because he's like
Whoa.
partially a really good cook, and like he made some with some stroganoff, and we had some deer venison stroganoff, and it tasted amazing.
Bro,
Remember
I
Sam
still don't know
Ogle?
what the fuck stroganoff is. Fucking
It's like
my friend Dukester, he talks about it all the fucking time.
it's
It's
like,
a type of
noodles.
noodle.
It's like noodles, like pasta. It's like I think with like this cheese sauce stuff.
Have you seen like
Yeah,
the
like some
wing-shaped noodles? They kind of look like a wing.
Oh, like
Yeah.
a little bow tie.
Yeah, like a
Yeah.
little bow tie. That's stroganoff.
Yeah.
Oh.
That's basically it. It's
Yeah,
really good.
John loves that shit. He's always fucking eating it. I'm like, how the fuck do you eat so much?
Bro, I'm about to make the most insane like Brenner ever, dude. I'm gonna have eggs, French toast, maple glazed bacon.
Oh my gosh,
And
that
yeah.
sounds heavenly. Makes me want to go down to Sonic and grab some stuff now. Oh.
Hell yeah.
Yeah,
I can't drive,
thing is-
unfortunately, because I'm.
Oh, you're
slightly
drunk?
Intoxicated.
Oh,
Slightly
Oh.
intoxicated, okay, is the word I would use. I'm not slurring my words, am I?
no,
Oh.
I mean, I was about to say if you're drunk, you can hold your alcohol, man. Sheesh.
I'm halfway through a Four Loko. It's
Ah.
14% alcohol content. I've been sipping on it though. I sip on these because if you don't sip on these, you will wake up the next morning and like you'll eat through half your fridge and be like, "What happened?"
You'll wake up next morning next to a half-naked dude.
No, you'll wake up naked
No,
next
no,
to
no,
a
no.
dead deer.
No. You wake up naked to a dead deer in your kitchen and your fridge is completely
Like, why didn't I eat the deer?
Yeah, and the thing is, the deer's the one that ate everything in your fridge. So now you're fucking starving.
Well, you got dead deer to
So
eat.
you wake up with the deer's hoof in your mouth.
I mean,
and the deer is
bet
covered in.
deer-
Okay, never mind.
Yo, I
You're
bet
like,
the
oh.
deer tastes like your fridge now.
No.
Back to the venison though. Have you ever had deer jerky?
Yes.
No.
My uncle makes such good deer jerky.
Oh my god.
He does what's called dry. What is it called? Dry something. Dry prepping.
Isn't that where like they
meat.
dry out the deer meat and make sure to get all the blood out, or whatever?
You like put it, you like cover it in salt, and then you put it in like a container for like.
Oh, okay.
Half a
Yeah,
year.
I think I know what that is. Isn't that I know you do it with certain types of meat. Pickling? No, not pickling.
Yeah, it's basically like pickling. Yeah.
Curing. Yeah,
dry
yeah.
curing.
he-
Yeah, it's called
he-
dry curing.
curing.
Yeah,
Okay,
he would
okay,
dry
okay.
cure it, dude. And it was like you'd go to take a bite and you'd think you're about to like literally bite into like a like tree bark, but then you like
Mhm.
pull the meat and it would literally like fall apart in your mouth. And you're like, how?
I know. Oh my gosh, that sounds delicious. To
Oh
be
my
honest.
god, dude, it's so good. And I found, like, I told him, I was like, dude, to buy dry cured venison online or like at stores, it's really expensive. And I was like, dude, you could literally sell that and like make so much money off of that. But I think you can only hunt one deer every 2 months in Ohio. You can only, you're only allowed to kill one deer every 2 months. Still, that's a lot of meat, though. One deer every 2 months, like, you live off of that.
For show and tell, someone brought a deer heart.
You said you've had deer heart?
No, for show and tell, someone brought deer heart.
What an
That's
epic
so good.
mad lad.
Just holding out blood dripping from it, like, here's a deer
It was in
heart.
a plastic bag, and yeah, there was blood.
Yeah, I figured it'd be plastic, but just
They just
holding
take like
it
a
out.
huge bite out of it. They're like, ah, and they like squeeze it over their head.
Squeeze over here, like,
For
I
the
am now.
Mayans.
Blood
I
for the
just think of,
blood
like,
god.
those- I just think about like those Viking like eating parts of animals. Like I've now gained the strength of this beast, you know, or like wearing a bears thing or whatever.
He wants to be Leonardo DiCaprio from The Revenant.
Oh
like,
my
oh.
god!
Oh man.
He's just hungry, bro.
Just
Yeah, dude, sometimes you're just hungry for fucking deer heart.
reminds me of like this one anime I watched where like this dude he like gets knocked down a pit and it's like one of those isekai anime, you know, and he gets like impaled or whatever, and like he basically like cures his wounds by eating like the venison of these animals, like raw
That
or whatever.
anime.
Yeah, and, like his hair turns white or whatever. He like becomes like a totally different man or whatever.
Yeah, the anime is really bad, but I like it.
Yeah, I enjoy it. It's like it's enjoyably bad. You know,
Do
like
you-
where you have a good time with it. You know.
Do you know what the OG isekai is?
What's that?
It is called. Hold on.
Big Hottie Mohatsu. That is Japanese.
Oh. Hold on.
Hatsune Miku, Life in Another World.
Oh,
Easy.
that's me.
What, are you trying to say my anime knowledge?
I read the manga of it. It's really good. It's about this guy who's like this kind of like weeb loser, and he like jumps in front of a bus to like save these teenagers, and he dies, and he gets like reincarnated as a kid in like this magical world.
Ah, Parasite. Yes.
No.
Easy.
But he still like remembers Mushoku Tensei.
Oh,
Oh, that one.
They're getting an anime adaptation, dude. I'm so hyped for it.
Oh,
Oh,
yeah.
it's gonna be so good. I can't wait to see what's your face anime form. It's gonna be good.
Oh, I got an achievement in Terraria called Vehicular Manslaughter.
Good job.
I committed a crime.
Achievement unlocked.
yeah.
I was looking forward to. Oh, was he the guy who fell asleep?
What?
El Poof.
Yeah. I've talked to him. Bit. He's a pretty nice guy.
It's been a good talk though, man. We've talked about a lot of shooters. I don't know why you guys are so hard about fucking Call of Duty, but it's whatevs. It's a good
Well,
game.
I don't really like Call of Duty that much, to be honest. My
Yeah.
ex loved
really
the
like it.
ever. She really enjoyed
It's
Call of Duty.
topic.
It was like her thing. But anyway,
We were all supposed to talk about like Battlefield and Battlefront and other shit. We just never got around to it because we ended up talking about a lot of shit.
Yeah. Got off topic
I
a bit too
apologize.
much.
This is my personality. I'm sorry.
Nah, it's
been
to
fun.
be honest, it's probably way more interesting now, so I don't really care.
It's
Yeah.
okay.
All right,
Yes,
Jesus. No, I'm just-
Jay.
the second attempt.
Oh,
Alright. I was gonna Yeah, I saw something earlier, and I was about to talk about it. I'm like, wait a minute, we're streaming. Let me not get political real quick.
Not yet.
Bet you can't read this entire cup before your sandwich gets made. Oh my god, dude. What in the fuck? There's literally a biography about sandwiches on this cup.
Oh, did you hear about like someone finding a fossilized sandwich?
A fossilized sandwich.
Sandwich?
Okay, essentially what happened was like a miner accidentally like dropped his toolbox or whatever down deep down a mine, and like the conditions were just right, so everything in that lunchbox is fossilized.
Oh my god, it's amazing.
Yeah, it's really cool.
Would
Like,
you
look
eat
up-
the forbidden sandwich?
Oh my gosh. A
Wait,
fossilized
fossils equal oil. Did somebody say unlimited oil?
Ah, easy. Oil sandwich. I love oil sandwich.
I think I've heard about it. It sounds pretty interesting. So
Mm. You really got me, like...
there's been like different things that have been fossilized that have been really interesting, like a miner's helmet or whatever got fossilized once. Me, if you get like the right conditions, like literally anything could be fossilized. So
Trying to fossilize my waifu statue. Easy.
Oh my gosh! Imagine people years from now finding out. They're like, "What the heck?"
I see he too is a man of culture.
Oh, man of culture! I see. Man of culture.
The people in the past weren't savages after all.
They weren't all savages. Like, I remember, like, did you see, like, that, was it Mortal Engines movie? Where they, like, had, like, where it was like, oh, these people were primitive. They looked at these tablets, and it was, like, some sort of social, commentary or whatever? It was so freaking annoying.
I would just like to mention that they had fucking minions in their factory.
Oh my
Not
gosh.
in their factory, in their museum.
That was so ridiculous. I like couldn't burst laughing. The only thing I liked in that movie was like the creepy robo dad that Esther has. That keeps following her, and it's like, Esther.
Okay, that one lady, that one Asian lady that comes to rescue her, like, she had the most monotone voice ever.
Gosh.
You obviously haven't watched enough anime. There's a word for that.
Well,
Kundere.
yeah, Kundere. Yeah, I think like the cutest Kundere girl I saw was like this one frog girl or whatever. It was like this one anime where like the guy has like a harem, but like the main chick that he is in love with is like a cat girl, but he's allergic to cats. So comedy. It was a really weird anime, and the reason why I like the frog girl is because she would like end every sentence with nano, and I found it the cutest. I was like, ah.
This might be a no-no according to Twitch, but I'm gonna make this joke anyway. How is he supposed to be a man if he's allergic to pussy?
Yeah, that pun killed me.
I know, I'm a comedic genius. They should honestly offer me an Oscar.
Oh, speaking of anime, I found this really good anime type game for the GameCube recently. It looks really good. It's an RPG, but it's action RPG, so it's not turn based. It's called Tales of Symphonia. It looks really, really cool.
It's always some sort of fucking tale, okay? It's always a tale.
Tales of Symphonia, Legend of Mana. You know?
God damn. Why does it always need to be a fucking tale, son?
There's Dundertale in I forget what
Tail Man.
Tail. Tail. Okay. I forget what other anime games have tails in them. Oh, Nekopara. No. That is a lot.
Nekopara Tales. Easy.
Oh, the best anime game ever, Dragon Tales. Yeah. You know what my favorite anime is? Dragon Tales. That was a good anime. Oh, no.
Easy. I don't understand the joke. Where is the joke?
Okay,
There
It's
is
like-
no
it's like-
joke here. It's a
it's-
fact.
it's like saying something that's not an anime. You know, like Seinfeld was the best anime. You know?
Seinfeld is an anime.
It's an anime. Or like on my anime shelf in my room that I keep like all the animes I own. There is a copy of The Truman Show and The Three Amigos. Why are they there? I don't know. They just fit with the rest. So again, Truman Show, the best anime all time. It's this next One Punch Man. I don't know why, but anyway.
Honestly speaking, I mean, if you don't think Seinfeld is an anime, I'll tell you.
Or like Friends, the best anime. I don't know.
Friends is a hot anime about a bunch of friends trying to learn how to live together in wacky situations.
In wacky situations. Whoa! No.
Basically, Monica's best girl.
I thought Rahel was, or Rachel.
Rahel.
Rahel. Sorry, I've seen like Rachel like so many times in Tower of God, and I'm just like, you know, Rahel,
Rahel.
because they've. It's so weird. I don't know why how I got that, but I just now have that in my head. So
Because it's Rahel.
Rahel. I feel like one of these days I'm gonna get married to a girl named Rahel. I just refer to her as that. She's gonna get so pissed.
Rahel, god of destruction.
Oh goodness gravy.
Alright, so are we gonna like keep going?
Yeah, I guess.
I don't know.
Should we go back to first person shooters at this point?
Oof. Or do you guys
Wait,
just want to
wait,
call
wait,
it
wait.
quits from here?
Yeah. Well, we could always talk about Galgun, the best first person shooter.
Oh yeah, Galgun. Go.
Galgun, yeah, the best first person shooter of
Hell
all time.
yeah! If you don't have the panty update, you're basically gay.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, you know, I mean, Galgun, the best first-person shooter of all time. You know, I mean, screw Portal 2, screw Battlefield 4, Galgun, obviously, you know, best first-person shooter.
Galgun is an anime made for gods.
Well, one thing I like about the game is that they have it where you can press S and then it turns into an old school RPG. You know, just so you can hide it if your parents walk in. So. I like the feature of it. I find that pretty funny. But anyway,
The anti-loot button. The keep your respect button.
yeah, keep your respect. It's F. No, wait, no.
Have
that's
to pay respects to your fucking your family actually thinking you're a successful human being.
Yep.
Easy. Yeah, I think that's probably an F in the chat.
Yeah.
I think we're done for now.
Yeah. I think we're done.
Alright.
I'm getting tired. I have to work in the morning, unfortunately.
Well, this is the part where we do the after show if we had any other viewers other than Lewis.
What do you mean? I'm not in there.
Wait. Yeah, give me a sec. I'm gonna get on.
Noah, send an F in the chat.
Let me send her one. There we go. Okay, there we go. There we go.
Okay.
E. Oh wait. F. There we go.
E.
You know, E, like Markiplier E.
E.
F is for friends that do stuff together.
U is for you and me. Something, something, something in the deep blue sea.
There we go. There we go. I found it. No, don't want that.
I will say when we do the anime podcast, Lewis, you probably announce that to your Instagram.
Yeah,
Because,
we
I
need
mean,
to do the
I'm
anime
sure they'll
podcast.
be interested to talk about anime stuff.
Alright, top 10 hentais.
Top 10 hentai. No,
Number 1, hentai. The original
No.
hentai.
Number 1, Boku no Pico. No.
Hell yeah, Boku no Pico is an absolute masterpiece. Honestly speaking, I think it actually revolutionized the genre.
Revolutionized the genre. Darn, no. Terrible. No. It's Futaboo. You know? Taboo or whatever. Don't look it up. It's bad. I've seen memes.
Oh, Fuda!
Yeah.
Honestly, is the best. It's honestly the best subcategory, to be honest.
There we go. It's the image to end the podcast off. Yeah. Well, anyway, it was good doing it with this again.
Wait,
with you guys,
Noah.
but I gotta catch some Z's.
Before you leave, you gotta do the anime voice when you like say Shinny or something like that, or Shuni.
Oh, Maewa.
Yes.
Oh, Shinderu. Nani? Yeah, that.
Oh,
shit.
my wemu. Shindeyu. Nani? Ah! Sorry.
Yes.
Yeah. Personally, I like it when they go, hi. Huh. You've heard that once, like some anime girl just goes,
Daisuke.
nice kisama. Oh no, this sounds like some sort of
I'm not a fucking weeb. Shut up.
yeah, I'm not a weeb. Anyway, thanks for having me on, guys. I'm gonna go catch some Z's and wake up in the morning and
Alright, see ya.
Do it. You won't.
see you guys. Bye. Hi.
Nice.
I don't know. If you ask me, I think that was the most productive thing to ever exist.
The very ending part.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, that was more productive than the entire show.
What is with these memes? What?
E-memes?
I know. It's okay. He doesn't understand. He's a boomer.
No, I fucking get it. I just don't. It's not funny.
Exactly.
Are you saying E or Ye?
E. Letter E. E.
Huh.
Let's fucking super high contrast everything and make it fucking red as shit, and then like blam, we'll play a really loud sound, and it's funny.
Oh, you mean Re.
No,
No, it's about the E meme.
Oh, just straight E.
E.
I get it. It's Lord Farquaad / what's his face. I can't stand him. He's so fake. Anyway, Markiplier.
Isn't he big hot?
I mean, yes, but no.
Yes, but no.
It'd be like asking. Never mind. Never mind. Are we still like topic discussing FPSs?
No, we're about to.
Yeah,
move that real
we're
quick.
about to end it.
It's been fun. I appreciate you letting me be here, man. It's
Yeah.
really, honestly, it has been really fun.
Yeah.
I appreciate you being here because you're a good boy. You're a real man's man, you know.
Thank you. I mean, that means a lot. You're a good guy too, man. That's nice.
Thanks,
Dude, you know, I love discussing all sorts of shit with you, man.
Yeah.
The cosmos.
The beginning of the universe.
A good one.
Let's talk about how communism's pretty existent.
You mean like in China?
You can't say
Yeah,
China. We'll get
In America?
demonetized.
I mean, what? No, I'm just playing.
North Korea.
We live in a society.
No, we don't.
Are you sure?
Hey guys,
I love that meme though.
is water wet?
Yes.
No,
Yes.
no,
Yes.
it is not wet.
You can't convince me it's not wet.
That'd be like saying, "Is wood woody?"
But
Wait,
it is.
no. Wait, no. That's a bad argument. It's a bad argument. It's a bad argument. Damn it. No, but because being wet would be the fact of being like exposed to water. The water, you can't expose something to itself.
Yes, you can. Just take a bucket of water and throw it in a lake.
Exactly.
Wet, covered or saturated with water or another liquid. Well,
Yeah, but
with water. With water. Don't. No,
If we threw water on top of more water, you're making water wet.
No, it would just be water existing. Well, not existing. It would be water compiled with other water.
Yeah, but water molecules touch other water
You
molecules.
take a brick and put it on a brick. Would you call the first brick bricked?
Well, I mean, it kind of is
It
bricks,
is
though.
brick.
No, you'd call the fact of putting a bunch of bricks around something bricked. Ooh, got him.
That doesn't
What's
make
up?
any sense. It doesn't count. Cheating.
Perfect example.
0 points.
A leaf on top of another leaf. Would you call the first leaf leafed?
Yes.
No, I'll call it not as cool leaf.
No, but I refuse to accept that water is wet.
Water's it's wet. There's no way around it.
How can you cover water with water?
Water is covered by water.
Entangled with water. It's existing with other water. They're not covered. Water cannot cover itself.
What do you mean? It's literally touching other molecules of itself.
Yeah, it's touching, but it's not covered by it.
But it is. There are layers of water covering each other. That's how ocean.
It's just one molecule on top of another molecule.
Yeah, but it's covered on all sides by other molecules.
That's a good argument.
I know that's a good argument. I'm a
I would
god
say
tier.
water is moist, but not wet.
Yeah, the things that are moist are wet.
He's got a point.
But wet, by definition, is covered or saturated with water.
Water is covered and saturated with water.
But you can't.
Yeah, but you wouldn't say that other things that are saturated with water aren't wet.
Wet is a state of something that is not typically covered in water, being covered in water. So you can experience a state of wet or dry. Water just is in its state. The only state that water can be in is either in a liquid form, a ice form, a solid form, or a gas form. But it can only experience the three basic states of properties.
So basically, if I can prove that water can be dry, then I can prove water is wet.
If it's in a non-dried state, sure. What are you going to talk about? Dry ice?
Dry ice is pretty dry.
I mean,
But it's not
when you
water,
dry-
it's ice.
when water
Well,
It's in a
ice is
solidified
water.
state.
when
It's
water
no longer water because it's not in a liquid state.
But are you gonna say that it wasn't once water?
if you
It was water, but as soon as it became a solidified state, it's now ice.
Oh no.
if you let water like a
But
water
ice
drop,
can. Wait a second, though. Ice can get wet because you can have
Exactly.
water droplets.
Ice is wet.
Yeah, but water's not wet.
See, if you have a little dry, if you put a drop of
I'm not
water
saying
on your
person
skin,
is person. It just makes no sense. Person is person. Like what?
if you can
Dog is dog.
you can get a drop of water in your skin, let it dry out, and then put water on it, and then water is wet.
But the water has evaporated. It's no longer on your skin.
Or has it?
Yes. Yeah. This is how chemical states exist, sir.
Oh no.
I don't know. I would argue against the fact that water is not wet, but you're both making solid points.
There's just no other way I can see it.
Water
That's
is
just the
wet
most
if you're making good enough points.
Oh.
That's all it's about. Just making a good enough point. I could probably argue dog is Godzilla, but I don't have the strength, the mental strength to do that.
Hmm.
We're all ancestors of chickens. That is a fact.
Saying we came from dinosaurs,
No, chickens.
but we don't lay eggs.
Yeah, but we have chicken genes in us.
Well, if we really want to get technical, we're all, our ancestors were fish.
Part lizard. Yes. We're also all part lizard. Well, we're all part bacteria, too. Ooh.
We're all atoms.
You're just a fucking bunch of atoms, mate. Come at me, bruv.
Wait, hold up. Atoms are non-living. So, are we just non-living things that learn how to live?
Well, we are living because we have the essential states of what we can define a living.
Well, everything is made up of atoms.
Yeah, which
Atoms
is
itself aren't living.
so. Aren't we
But all things are
non-living?
made up of atoms. No. What we're made up of is technically non-living.
Well,
to an
technically,
extent.
though, if you bring up quantum entanglement, atoms may actually be alive because they respond to their environment, but they don't reproduce. So that kind of.
Do they
Atoms
eat?
can split.
Do they
But they
eat?
can split though. They absorb energy through the form of what is it called? Kinetic something or other. Oh, I gotta go check them.
And then there were two.
No, there were 2.5. Wait, is Blaze gone?
No, she's here. She
What's
leaves
she
in
doing?
about
Is
13
she on her
minutes.
phone eating hot chip and lying?
No.
Is she charging her phone?
No.
Women born after 1993 only charge their phone, eat hot chip, and lie.
I guess we could discuss what we're gonna do for our next topic.
I have no clue.
Do video games make us violent?
What?
How about the ring?
Oh, I'm back.
Big oof.
Are you still streaming?
Yeah.
Alrighty. I don't know. Talk about weeb shit. You talk about not weeb shit. I want to talk about like fucking politics or science eventually, but to be honest, there's not really anything interesting happening in politics.
I was about to say, I was honestly thinking about talking about like what's going on in Minneapolis, but I was like,
I was gonna talk about that earlier, but I was like, too soon.
I mean, is it really? I mean, the news covers it. I mean, other podcasts probably cover it.
Oh yeah.
I mean, unlike us, they, I mean, cover things a lot more often. I mean, we just meet up once a week.
Yeah. Well, I don't mind talking about it. I don't really care.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really care either. Just the only problem is trying to get a following that will listen to us.
I don't know. I think we'll just have to find out.
Yeah.
It'll be a surprise this time.
Yeah. Definitely have to do one over anime one of these days.
Yeah.
I mean, just kind of talk about things that I guess just happen in the world.
Yeah. That's fine with me. Like I said, we'll just roll with the flow.
Yeah. I mean, next week, I guess we could talk about Minneapolis, assuming Minneapolis is still a thing by next week.
Oh yeah.
Well, I mean, even if it's not still, I mean, I'm sure something will happen during the weekend and the upcoming
a
week.
plot twist just happened, though.
What?
Yeah, apparently, some of the coroners are like, "Oh shit, he didn't die by asphyxiation. He died by something else,
Big
like
oof.
his health problems or something." But I still need to hear more.
Yeah. I will say, like, I guess I have too many liberal friends on Facebook that keep posting about, like, Black Lives Matter and, killing cops. I'm just like, oh my goodness.
Oof. Killing police, not good. Very bad. Don't do that.
Yeah. Man, they
They're just
they
trying
destroyed
to
a
do their
Kmart.
Oh yeah.
It's like, really? How is that justice? But I guess we could just save this for next week and not spoil everything.
Yeah.
Like, my goodness. Let's
Yeah,
see
I
if
don't mind talking about
I'll see if this Emptum had anything else to say, but I don't know when he'll be back. But yeah, I guess we could do Minneapolis next week. I'll just keep up to date on whatever news is going on.
Yeah, I think it's kind of fucked up that all the police officers there lost their job. I don't really think that's really necessary.
Just how people. I mean, they're gonna. Aren't they gonna get like judged by like go to court?
Yeah.
Well, that's basically the highest authority of justice. I mean, but yet they're still rioting. I mean, they got fired and they're gonna go to court and possibly go to jail. I mean, come on.
Well, one of them is being charged possibly for murder.
I mean, and that's the guy that was on the guy's neck, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
I think really that's the only one you could even argue for murder.
yeah.
Apparently, somebody said that they knew each other, but I don't know if that's true or not, because it was somebody who knew the guy in the ground. As much as I don't want to say it, could be lying. You know, that's just like honestly, that's just something you need to think about.
Yeah.
Like, as much as I don't want to assume she's lying, she definitely could be. So.
Yeah. In this day and age, you just never know.
Only thing I know is the plot thickened.
It's thicker than a Snicker.
Hell yeah. I was thinking of a joke. I'm just like, that's a bad joke. Can't make that joke.
I guess you got anything to say before I end it?
Nope.
Alright.
Not really, just I think it was a pretty alright stream.
Yeah.
And we should definitely do another.
I mean, we just keep on planning to do it every Friday.
Yeah.
And maybe if it picks up, maybe we'll do it 2 times a week.
Easy. First goal, 100.
I won't lie, one of my YouTube videos hit like 61 views. I'm just like, I kind of want it to hit 100.
Then just bribe everybody. Be like, view it again or die. That's bribing. I know what bribing is.
Yes.
I'm a big smart. Don't even have.